Addiction took our mother slowly, rocked her through it and sung her to sleep, and sunk deep into the mattress on her bed. When her back teeth fell out, she left them on the side of the bathtub. I was 7, and I kept them in a matchbox. The missing pieces of her kept safe so that she wouldn't be lost forever. So maybe one day we could put her back together. Our house fell around us, and we tried our best to raise ourselves. The ceilings had water damage, the bottom stairs had dry rot, and in the winters the radiators bled rust. But it was still our house, and Annie made it home. My sister Annie mothered me, with lopsided band-aids on bruised knees and lukewarm microwave meals. She told me ghost stories and didn't mind when I crawled into her bed later on, too scared to sleep alone. She taught me how to dance, barefoot on the living room carpet, music channel on full volume on the TV shaking our pre-adolescent hips. She always let me shower first so that way I could enjoy the hot water, and never complained when she had to make do with the cold. She brushed my hair every day before school, even when I screamed and hit her when she caught the tangles. Annie was dark-haired like her father, whoever he had been. But I was blonde. Annie was desperate to be blonde too, like Marilyn Monroe. Like Mom. I think she thought that it would make them closer, remind Mom less of her dad. I'd give anything for her to have her hands in my hair one more time, even if it hurt. She moved to New York when I turned 18 and never came back. I still dream about her sometimes. Keeping up with our mother was impossible, and we learned from a young age that we would always be left behind. It didn't make it any easier. When she was drinking light, she was radiant and would wake up at 3 a.m. with pancakes dripping in cherry syrup. Sometimes when the weather was right, and she'd had enough being drunk alone, she would call our school up and tell them that we had both come down with summer sickness, and we'd drive to the beach instead. I remember being 9 years old in the back seat of the car, coming home after one of our ocean days, sucking the salt from my fingers. Annie had just dyed her hair blonde. Her best friend Jane helped her bend over our kitchen sink. And from behind, I couldn't tell who was the mother and who was the daughter. Radio up, windows down, blowing the sky in. When she was drinking heavily, she'd be out all night, hair piled up like a beauty queen, eyes glazed over and ringed with glitter and black. Sometimes she'd be gone a day or two. She would never give us an advance notice. And one day we'd just wake up to an empty house, with the fridge packed full and a post-it note on its door, complete with a smear of Mom's lipstick in the outline of a kiss, telling us that she'd be back soon. Sometimes she'd bring guys home, filling the table with beer cans and ashtrays, smoke up to the ceiling. Mom lost in the haze. We'd sleep with pillows over our heads, trying to drown out the music that they would blast all night, and wake up to strangers at our kitchen table in the morning, asking us where we kept the coffee. When Mom drank too little, she'd fall apart. She wouldn't buy food, and the refrigerator went bare. She'd chain smoke, leaving cigarette burns on the wallpaper up by the stairs like the walls were sick and decaying. She barely slept, walking around with blue half-moons under her eyes, knuckles raw. She would scream at the slightest thing. I remember once when I spilled a glass of juice on the couch. She looked at me with dead eyes and dragged me off onto the carpet and then took every single cushion off the couch and into the backyard and set them on fire. Annie went to watch a while from the window and then sat next to me on the floor, backs pressed against the skeleton of the seats, head resting in the crater of my collarbones. It was the worst when Mom drank too much. She'd laugh too loudly and too long, at anything and everything, until her mouth started to shake and she began to cry into her cereal at the breakfast table. Annie shut down when Mom was like this. going somewhere deep inside herself where no one could hurt her. She'd stay up until the morning watching old black and white movies on TV, whispering the lines that she knew by heart like prayers. When I was 5 years old, I'd cry when I'd find Mom passed out on her bed, and she would never wake up. Annie would wipe my tears and tell me that she was only sleeping, like the princess in my storybook. We'd sit on Mom's bed together and wait for her to wake up. When we were older, I was the one who would pick Mom up off the bathroom floor again and again. Annie would put her into bed, smoothing her hair off her face and wiping the vomit off of her mouth and changing her clothes if she'd pissed herself. Watching them now, there was no doubt that Annie was the mother now. It was October and I was 13. Annie was 16. It was a Wednesday night and Mom had been gone for 2 days. She'd call us that morning from a payphone, voice slurring, telling us that she was having the best time with all her new friends, and that she hoped that we were doing fine. When she asked me if I was having a good birthday, I hung up on her. Because my birthday had been the day before. Annie had given me a pile of presents, strawberry lip gloss and glittery nail polishes. I didn't ask where she'd gotten the money for them. I didn't care. We'd taken the bus to the beach with Jane and ate the birthday cake that she had made for me, sand getting into the frosting. It tasted like sweetness in the sea, and I savored every bite and scrap of sugar against my teeth. We watched the sun go down, Annie snapping grainy photos on her Nokia as I blew out my candles, wishing over and over that Mom wouldn't come home, that she'd just stay gone this time. But that Wednesday night, Annie and I weren't speaking. Anger hung heavy between us, seeping through the floorboards. It began when she tripped at the bottom of the stairs. We'd both laughed, Annie throwing her head back and a gap between her front teeth catching the light. When I'd bent to pick her up, I felt her breathe, warm against the freckles of my cheeks. I let go of her arms and she fell again, hitting the floor and grinning, shaking her hair from her face. Her breath was heavy with whiskey. I couldn't start picking her up, too. Couldn't watch her fall again and again. Just like Mom, I knew that she'd never get back up. I stared down at her, blonde hair hanging over her eyes, and all I could see was our mother. And then I was running, feet slamming the hallway like heartbeats turned loose. I'd run for the kitchen and tipping every bottle that we had down the sink, shoving Annie back as she fought to stop me, catching liquor on her fingers as it fell. She grabbed my shoulders and made me drop the very last bottle. It smashed between us on the floor, glass shards shining like we'd dragged the stars out of the sky and broken them, like pieces that we could never pick back up, like pieces that we could never put back. Outside through the open windows, the sky turned pale gold, and the clouds a mess of pink and cream smeared across the horizon. And I cried then, watching my sister on her knees picking up the pieces. That was Annie, always trying to pick things up even when it was too late. The smell of food dragged me from my room, my stomach turning traitor inside my ribcage. Annie was cooking pasta, real food not made in a microwave. She'd set the table, Tammy Wynette singing softly from the CD player, and Annie gently swaying her hips as she stirred the tomato sauce, rich and warm. As we ate in silence, I forgave her more with every bite. Mom never cooked dinner, never remembered my favorite had been spaghetti since I was a kid, and never stayed sober long enough to sit up at the table. Annie wasn't Mom. We were washing the dishes when we first heard it. A moth was crawling down the inside of the pan, and I cracked the window to let it out into the dark. From the backyard came a faint sound. I tilted my head to listen as it was coming from far off. Crying. I figured it was Micah, the 2-year-old next door, having a tantrum loud enough for us to catch, or maybe even Lucky Strike, the cat that belonged to the junkies down the street, begging for food like he sometimes did. I always wanted to feed him when he came around, winding over my ankles. But Annie always stopped me, saying once you started giving, they never stopped taking. Looking back, I don't think that she was talking about the cat. Annie flipped the Christmas lights strung up around the porch, and we sat on the plastic beach chairs watching the skies. When we were little, we'd sit outside, and Annie would tell me the names of the constellations and the stories of how they came to be hung up in the night sky. I had to grow up before I realized that she made all that up as she went along. It was a game that we still like to play now, making up ridiculous stories for the shapes that we could pick out. Ah, yeah, that one there is the Coors Light. It got up there when God dropped it out of his convertible window and never picked it up, she said, nodding sagely and hiding her smile. Of course, I said, waving my hands and pointing up past the power lines. Right next to it, that one right there, that's Ashtray, left there by angels on a smoke break. Yeah, they say if you wish on it, all your dreams will come true, said Annie with a grin. And then she stopped laughing, and her voice grew quiet, face tilted up to see all those dead stars. Let's wish, Emmy. Let's wish. And so we did. The sound of wailing interrupted us. It was closer this time and definitely human. We turned to one another in confusion. Annie shrugged and I squinted into the black. It sounded like a baby, lost, tired, and alone. It must be Micah, I said, slowly getting to my feet. Maybe he's walking around the back. Do you want me to call Connie and tell her to bring him over? But Annie didn't reply. I sighed and I rolled my eyes. Okay, I guess I'll do everything then. I stepped off the porch, grass soft against my heels. The air smelled like it might rain, fresh and clean and growing. A promise unfulfilled. Annie's voice was strained. I turned to her with a smile. It died on my face when I saw the look on her own. Get inside now. She was staring out into the dark, past me, and opening the door with one hand behind her, fingers fumbling on the latch. I froze barefoot in the dirt. I'd glimpsed what she was looking at. In the bushes by the back fence, someone was crouching with their knees tucked up neatly under his chin, and his arms wrapped around his legs. His mouth was agape, softly opening and closing as he cried. Like a child, lost in the dark. No. Not like a child. More like someone pretending, mimicking the sound under cover of darkness. And suddenly they straightened their back, snapping upright, face still obscured by the shadow. They were tall and slim, extraordinarily thin by human standards. Panic made me move, carried forward by animal instincts left over from a time when people still lived in nature. I was faster than Annie, dragging her inside and slamming the door behind us, hearing it bounce on its hinges as I locked it. We watched as the person slowly approached the house with long, deliberate strides. Annie reached for my hand, holding me tight and turning me to face her, holding my shoulders. Don't turn around, Emmy. Don't turn around. Instinctively, I started to look over my shoulder into the gloom. Annie grabbed my face hard and shook her head, and I knew that she was serious. Her voice cracked, and she cleared her throat, gripping my hand tight enough to hurt, nails digging in, grounding herself. I looked down at our interlocked fingers, both of us born of the same bones. I'm gonna call the cops, and everything is going to be... Her voice faltered, stuttering. Tears spilled over her lashes. Annie never cried. Your phone's on the porch, she whispered, and bile crawled its way up my throat. Her phone was upstairs, charging. A soft tap, tap, tapping filled the silence, and Annie turned wide-eyed to the window. It was the sound of someone's forehead slowly and repeatedly bumping against the glass. Then the blows accelerated, gaining in both speed and strength, skin meeting glass until they were slamming into the window hard enough to shake the panes. A moment later, the tapping sound stopped, and I was about to ask Annie if I could look now, when she screamed, followed by the sound of cracking glass and a tremendous crash. Whoever was in our backyard had just smashed their face hard enough into the window to shatter it. We ran up the stairs 2 steps at a time, skipping the rotted ones out of habit. I turned to look behind me once, and Annie yanked my face back before I could see. The sound of glass breaking echoed behind us as we made it into the bathroom and locked the door. A weak, mewling cry like that of an infant calling for its mother filled the hallway, trapped between the walls and the entryways. Annie threw her back against the door, feet jamming up against the bathtub, clutching a knife that she had gotten from the kitchen. I joined her, shoulder to shoulder, and did the same. Slow footsteps started up the stairs, calculated and casual. The crying took on a mocking quality, resembling laughter, arriving in short, shrill bursts of sound, followed by high-pitched giggling, and then silence, only to start again a moment later. The first door on the upstairs floor was my bedroom, and we heard the distinct sound of it slamming open. They were looking for us. "What the fuck is going on?" I asked Annie, not even bothering to brush away the tears that I couldn't keep from falling. I watched my sister pick herself off the floor and brace her hands on the door as we heard the sound of a second door slamming open. Mom's room. The next room on the hallway was the bathroom. Annie pulled me to my feet and handed me the knife. I shook my head and pushed it back to her, terrified of what would happen if I had to use it. Annie shoved me and pressed the knife into my hands, thumb pressing hard enough along the edge to draw blood. I watched a winding road of crimson rivulets cascading down her wrist. In spite of the pain, Annie continued pushing the blade into my hands, and finally, I took it from her. Something slammed against the wall that Mom's room shared with the bathroom. A high-pitched howl followed, and I held my breath and felt my heart beating frantically at the base of my throat. "I'm gonna get the phone from my room," my sister said. I shook my head dramatically in protest. Before I could say a word, Annie clamped a hand over my mouth, and I could taste the blood on her hand, salty and sweet, like birthday cake from the ocean. "Yes, I'm going to get the phone, and I'm going to call the cops. We're gonna be okay." I shook my head again. "It's the only way," Annie insisted. "When I go, I need you to lock the door, and I don't want you to open it for anything or anyone. Not even for me, not for anyone. Promise me." I shook my head, and Annie pressed her hand against my mouth, pushing my teeth against my lips so forcefully it made my eyes water. "Promise me, Em." Something smashed in the room next door. Annie brushed the hair from my face and gently tucked it behind my ear. "Promise," she mouthed, and unlocked the door as slowly as possible, the bolt scraping gently. I watched the curve of her shoulder disappear into the darkened hall like the moon in an eclipse. And then she was gone. I couldn't move or breathe for a second, and then I slammed the bolt shut just as something bounced off the outside of the door. A high-pitched scream ensued, followed by the handle rattling up and down hard enough to pop a screw loose. I watched it roll from me, and then onto the tiles, and then everything suddenly went silent. I sat with my back to the door, holding the knife and wishing that I was holding Annie's hand instead. The silence continued, and for a moment the only sound was that of my breath slowly filling the room. A voice broke the illusion of solitude. "Em?" A familiar voice came through the door. Startled, I gripped the knife even more firmly than before. "Honey, what's going on?" "Mom?" My voice cracked. "Mama, is that you?" I wrapped my arms around myself to keep from shaking. "Sweetie, it's okay. Just open the door. It's okay. Just let me in." The hand rattled again, gentler this time. "Just let me in. It's all okay." She banged impatiently on the door, and I took my handle of the bolt. "Honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I missed your birthday. I'm sorry I'm such a terrible mother. Please." Her voice broke, and she started to cry. Just let me in, baby. I'm so sorry. I screwed my eyes shut. She sounded so sad and so lost. I just wanted her to hold me like she did when I was a kid, when I'd come in with a scraped knee after falling off the swings. Maybe this time she meant it. Perhaps it would be okay. Perhaps it would all be okay. A hand found its way to the bolt again. My sister's voice came through the door, warm and gentle. Yeah, Emily. Let us in. It's all okay. My hand froze on the bolt, and I tightened my grip on the weapon. Annie never called me by my full name. A hand banged on the door, handle rattling. Emily, let us in. Annie's voice became low and guttural, followed by the same shrill giggles from before. Mom spoke now, pleading and crying, her voice growing louder and louder. Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! She shouted over and over again, punctuated by her fists on the door. I thought about bedtime stories, and all the demons and monsters that we prayed never crawl out from under our beds. That's not my sister, and you're not my mother! I screamed through the door, hands over my head. I climbed into the bathtub, curling into the fetal position, and clutching the knife to my chest. I didn't know what it was outside that door, but I knew that it wasn't Annie. It wasn't the voice that scolded me whenever I changed the TV channel, the one that sang me happy birthday, and the one that told me that I was smart even when I got bad grades, and the one that read me stories about princesses that never wake up. It wasn't human. Bangs and yells came from downstairs, followed by the footsteps of people running. A low, guttural howl ripped through the house, filling the room until I felt like I was drowning in the sound. And then the door kicked in, and I screamed, covered my eyes, and waited to die. A moment later, arms found me, lifting me from the tub and carrying me from the room. I looked at the outside of the door as I was taken downstairs. Its exterior was covered in long, scraped claw marks, stretching to the floor. I found the hallway covered in the soft, downy remains of torn-up pillows, making it appear as if it had snowed indoors. I watched the tiny feathers drift slowly as the men in uniforms checked each of the rooms that looked like they had been ripped apart by something feral. Outside, police cars and an ambulance waited in our driveway. And there in the middle of it all was Annie, bathed in blue and red light and glowing in the dark like a neon angel. I threw myself from the officer's shoulders and ran to her, and then I held us both together, broken pieces and all, standing under all of those constellations that we'd concocted. Muffled screaming came from the ambulance, which rocked occasionally. Annie gently turned my head away, smiling so sadly it made my chest ache. And I understood. Turns out, there was no demon. No wild animal or bad men were trying to break in. It was Mom. Out of her mind on booze, drugs, and everything in between, coming to the end of a week-long binge. Something had finally broke inside her head. And this time we couldn't put her back together no matter how hard we tried. Sometimes you'd fall one last time and never get back up. Annie had seen her rail-thin frame from the garden, blood dribbling from her mouth, track marks bulging on her forearms like unmapped roads, desperate for one more hit and one more fix. She'd searched the kitchen for all the alcohol that I'd thrown away, and when she hadn't found any, she went hunting for the stash hidden in the bathroom. She hadn't wanted me, just the drugs on the other side of the door. She'd been so high that she was able to mimic Annie's voice nearly perfectly. The real monsters are the ones that eat you alive slowly. The kind that comes in a bottle or a needle, or at the end of a long list of reasons why you can't get out of bed in the morning. Sometimes, the monsters are the ones that raise you or love you the most. But it's up to you to let them in. I don't remember the first time that I heard the tapping. As far as I know, it's been there all my life. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been stirred awake a couple of times a month. Still hazy with sleep and delirious with dreams to an almost imperceptible sound. Quiet. So quiet that I can almost convince myself that it's imaginary. Tiny clicks that never fail to stir me from my sleep and keep me lying awake and listening. It's terrifying to me. When I was younger, young enough to see monsters in the shadows and demons in the dark, I'd lie completely still in my bed, paralyzed by what I was certain signaled my imminent death. I don't know exactly what I thought was coming for me, but I was afraid. I guess I was smarter back then. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I heard the tapping, the tiny clicks, and it frightened me. But like most childhood terrors, my fear went largely unnoticed and ignored. Oh, sure, the first few times I screamed loud enough to wake my parents in the dead of night, and I did get some sympathy. And to be honest, I think my mother and father were confused as to why it was tapping and not monsters under the bed that seemed to scare me so much. Eventually, though, the patient searches of my room in the dead of night became a little less patient and a lot more exasperated, and I realized that my pleas for assistance were unwelcome. Didn't matter, really. Whenever my parents were in the room, the tapping stopped. Vanished completely. I could hardly blame them for their disbelief. But it always came back. Louder, too, on the nights that I went for help. Not angry. Not exactly, just louder. Incessant. Another reason I stopped asking for help, I guess. No need to make things worse. It wasn't long until I stopped calling for my parents that I thought to identify the sound. I don't know why it never occurred to me. I suppose we will have a way of dividing the logic of the day and the insanity of the night that it makes it hard to reason about that which goes bump in the night. But one Saturday afternoon it occurred to me that a noise produced in my bedroom would probably be composed of something that was in my bedroom. I tried it all. Clicked pens, rustled papers. It was almost evening when I finally found the sound. It was unmistakable. The sound of my own nails tapping on my closet door. And this chilled me. Of course it did. But what was I going to do? There was no monster in my closet. I took to checking religiously every night before turning in, and it didn't seem to have any effect on the tapping. There was no possible way for that sound to exist. So I got used to it. I know it sounds insane, but like I said, there wasn't much else that I could do. Besides, it wasn't like anything actually happened. The tapping only woke me up a couple of times a month, and even then I was usually able to fall asleep again after a couple of hours. It was, well, normal. Routine. And routine overrides almost every other base instinct, I think. I don't think I ever thought about it consciously, but I expected the noise to go away when I moved out to college. I must have expected it because when I was awoken by the familiar click or the nails on wood my first week in the dorms, I was shocked. I think I always just assumed that the noise was confined to my childhood bedroom, a strange quirk to be left behind as I entered my new life as an adult. I was alone in my dorm room. I opted to pay a small amount extra in exchange for a private room at the end of the hall. I know what people say about the roommate experience being an essential part of college, but I never liked the idea of sharing a bedroom, and I just couldn't stomach the thought of my roommate being someone messy or loud or otherwise inconvenient. But I digress. I was alone. I remember the familiar confusion. The desperate gasping awake and grasping for the threads of dream space. The pitch darkness and the racing thoughts. The peeling of aborted dream film from the inside of my eyes. Slowly remembering where I was, grounded by the feeling of my bed and the sound that I had grown to know so well. Like I said, I was shocked. Even before, when I was a kid, I had never heard the tapping when I wasn't in my bedroom. Anytime my family had taken a vacation or I stayed over at the house of a friend, the tapping was absent. But now, here I was 1,000 miles from my childhood home and everything in it. Everything except, it seemed, the tapping. In hindsight, I probably should have known that there was something wrong. I mean, looking back, it seems so obvious. A strange sound from the closet plaguing me well into adulthood. That's a cause for concern. For psychiatric help, even. That I just got used to it, I guess. I mean, I still thought it was odd, of course. And on the couple of nights every month where I awoke to the sound, I always lay awake thinking that I should do something about it. Never did I get too specific in my head about what I was to do. But for the most part, I was busy. I joined clubs, I went to classes, I indulged in some serious bouts of drinking and drug use that were certainly ill-advised. I had a typical freshman experience. It was September when the idea came to me. It struck me all at once, and once it occurred to me, I was embarrassed that I hadn't thought of it before. God, it was so obvious. See, we were watching a documentary in class. Some kind of anteater thing. Lives in the rainforest. Anyways, this anteater was nocturnal, so the scientists studying its diet had to set up special cameras to catch it during feeding times. Night vision cameras. Night vision is actually quite strange when you think about it. It's incredible, really. The inky, empty darkness can be so completely transformed into a picture. The picture is dark and distorted sometimes, sure, but it's infinitely clearer than the void it replicates. Eyes are so bright in night vision. Luminous and queer, flashing across the screen like shooting stars or torches. The anteater had bright eyes. There are nights when I dream of it. Those eyes and those claws. Claws tearing savagely at the ground. In my dreams, though, the ground is different. No longer the packed earth of the rainforest floor, no. In my dreams, it's wet. It's sticky. It glistens in the unnatural shade of green, and the only thought that I have before I awake is that it looks almost like meat. But I digress. The video of the anteater lodged itself in my brain, and now that I had the idea, I wasn't about to let it go. Night vision was a convenient solution to all my problems, a simple way for me to assure myself that the tapping was just a figment of my imagination once and for all. So I bought the camera. The tech store didn't present any real issues. I paid an exorbitant amount for the first camera thrust into my hands and opted for the extra memory cartridge so that I could store a full 8 to 12 hours of footage. I wanted to make sure that I did not miss a thing. Setting it up in my dorm took a little bit of creativity, and by the time that I was done, I was pretty sure that I had lost my security deposit, but I figured it would be worth it if I could finally put my mind to rest. I didn't wake up that night. Even so, I spent the following morning reviewing the footage and looking for anything that was off. And there was nothing. Just my sleeping form in the darkness, shifting every once in a while and finally coming to rise long after the sun was high. The next few days were the same. Nothing. I was starting to get discouraged. It was possible that this would be like it was when my parents came in. When something else was watching, the tapping just couldn't appear. I needn't have worried. It was late October when it finally happened. I spent the evening cramming for some midterm, then performing my now normal bedtime routine. I set the camera up, turned it on, and began recording. I didn't feel anything different that night as I drifted off to sleep, which seems wrong. I've always had the assumption in the back of my mind, I suppose, that A part of you knows right before something bad happens. Call it ESP, call it subconscious, but there's a part of you that can smell the shit in the air right before it hits the fan. I don't think that way anymore. There was nothing different about that night. Nothing that set it apart from every other night that month where I slept peacefully through till the morning. I don't know exactly what time I awoke. It must have just been past 3 in the morning. And that's when the noise always started at home. But I couldn't see any reason why that night should have been anything else. I heard the tapping. Quiet, almost unnoticeable, but unmistakable. The same sound that I'd been hearing for years. I looked in the direction of my closet door. So late at night that I wouldn't have been able to make out my hand if it was right in front of my face, let alone the closet across my room, but still I stared. My heart pounding through in fear or excitement, and I can't quite say now. I remember thinking to myself, this is it. Tomorrow you'll know. And all this time I still hadn't decided what it was that I would know after looking through that footage. Would I know that there was nothing in the dark? That I needed counseling? Perhaps I hoped that when I could finally see my empty room, the tapping would go away once and for all. I don't remember falling back asleep. But I must have, because the next thing that I recall is waking up to my incredibly abrasive phone alarm in the cool fog of an October morning. I was out of my bed instantly. I didn't even take the time to get dressed before grabbing the camera and plugging it into my computer. I started to scan through the footage, speeding up the runtime until my gentle turns into sleep looked like frantic writhing upon my bed. I watched the timestamp, and sure enough, at just after 3 o'clock in the morning, I saw motion, and I pushed play. At first, I thought that I had imagined it, thought that my eyes had played a trick on me at the speed of the film. But as I watched it, I saw it. The closet door, which I had closed firmly before going to bed and which I confirmed with a glance was latched shut now, was open. Not all the way, but enough that I could see a sliver of black in between the pale wood. Slowly, so slowly, the crack widened. I couldn't see into the closet. It was far too dark. But I watched in rapt attention the door swinging outward. It stopped after it had opened about a quarter of the way. And I sat for a moment, waiting. And nothing happened. I started to justify to myself, well, that's weird, but this room is drafty and the cabinet is old. I hadn't even begun to try and factor the tapping into my brain, new theory, when my eyes were once again drawn to motion in the corner of the screen. When I saw there was a hand. Now, I need you to understand that I don't mean a hand like you would think of it. It was hand-like. Close enough the familiar shape that when I was searching for what to call it, hand was the first thing that came to my head. But it wasn't a real hand. Not like a person would have. It was pale and long. The fingers, if you could call them that, they stretched half the length of the closet door. They were wrong, though. Off. It took me a second to realize that there were no bulges at all where the knuckles should have been. Instead, were 5 smooth appendages branching from a completely smooth square of a palm. Then there were nails. I didn't see them at first because, unlike the shining brightness of the hand, the nails were completely black. I was disgusted when I finally made them out. Easily as long as the fingers and warped so that they were curved down in a sinister arc. And they began to tap. The night vision camera didn't capture audio, but I didn't need it. I already knew what sound those wicked nails made. It was the same sound that I heard as a child, lying awake in my bed and thinking of the boogeyman. It was the sound that I heard after a long night of drinking, stirring me to a kind of half-consciousness in the middle of the night and leaving me with nightmares and confusion. It was the sound that I heard the night before, as I lie in my bed unaware of the thing inside my closet. I jumped at a flash of light on the screen, my own eyes, and I found opening in the darkness. I stared at myself waking up. It's weird, watching yourself come out of a sleep. It's not something that you think about, but I'd bet very few people have ever actually seen what they look like when they're shaking off the vestiges of a dream. Or a nightmare. I looked on as my past self blinked a couple of times, and then turned his head to look at the closet door. I was staring directly at the hand, watching it back. I can't believe that I didn't know that it was there. My eyes were locked on what seemed to be the exact center of mass, and I just blinked slowly at the darkness. The fingers on the closet door ceased tapping for a pregnant moment, then separated and came together twice. My stomach sank when I realized this was a mockery of a wave. The fingers returned to tapping, and once again unbothered by my still body. The figure attached to the hand, though, did respond to my silent watch. From deep in the closet, something moved. I don't know how it was moving, because even with the night vision, I couldn't see inside the closet, but I just knew. There was something inside shifting. And when I finally saw it, it didn't move like any person or animal that I have ever seen. It didn't even move, really, just... It kind of skipped. It was like watching an old tape on a broken VCR, flickering back and forth between frames and never looking quite natural. It emerged. Like the hand, it was long and pale. Spindly legs dropped from the cabinet to the floor, though there didn't seem to be any feet, and the figure never seemed to touch the ground. The legs were so thin, it didn't seem possible for them to hold up that kind of weight, and they, like the hands, were completely smooth. No knees, no ankles, nothing but thin white legs stretching into darkness. There were no hips to differentiate the legs from the torso, but the body was long too. The thing was so thin that I should have been able to see its ribs protruding from its body, but instead the chest seemed almost concave, as though there was a massive cavity just above where its stomach should have been. The shoulders tapered into a neck, stretching tall, far taller than anyone that I'd ever met. The thing must have stood about 8 feet tall when it finally stood at full height. There was no way that it should have been able to fit in my tiny dorm room closet, but then there was no way that any of this was possible at all. And then there was the face. The head was huge, jarring, unlike the rest of the body. It was all sharp angles. I could make out every feature, and each was distinct, but they were all just the slightest bit off. The cheekbones were too low, the jaw was too long, there was no nose or ears as far as I could tell, but I must have just missed them because when it opened its mouth, I couldn't look away. When it opened its mouth, I could see rows upon rows of teeth descending down its throat like some kind of demented staircase. I didn't want to look at its eyes. I felt a kind of sickness overtake me every time I tried to force myself to look above the shark's mouth, so overpowering that I had to force down nausea. And when I finally tore myself away and looked, I froze. There were no eyes. None where there should have been. Instead, there were twin chasms, voids taking up at least half of the face. They were pitch black and endless. And when I looked into those eyes, I knew in my heart that I was damned. I don't know how else to put it. It was like all at once this vice of despair had me in its grasp, a weighted blanket thrown onto a person drowning in the sea. Up until this point, the creature had been staring at my blinking form still lying in the darkness. Now it turned its head to face the camera in the corner of the room. I know I said that it had no eyes, and that is true. But I need you to understand that it was looking at me. Not the camera me. The me that was watching the video. It opened its mouth and its body did a kind of spasm, sort of like when a dog jumps back after you accidentally kick it. I could have sworn that it was laughing at me. I don't know why the laughter is what finally snapped me out of whatever trance that I had been, but I threw the camera away from me at full force, and it shattered instantly, and my room was showered in a storm of plastic and metal and glass. I didn't even notice that my feet were cut and bloody, or that I was still in my pajamas before I got to my friend's room and asked to stay there. He was kind enough to agree. I guess it would have been a hard case to turn away, cut up, sobbing and raving about a monster in the closet. My friend Tyler made it very clear that he considered this a kind of nervous break, maybe brought about by the coming midterms. I met him with far more hostility than was probably due, given the circumstances, and quickly realized that regardless of what I now knew to be true, my story would be hard to sell to everyone else who didn't see the actual monster living in my closet. His own roommate, who had gone home for the latter half of the semester due to unprecedented stress, had left him with a double room to himself, a fact that worked out exceedingly well for me. I don't know exactly what my long-term plan was, but for the time being I figured that the best thing to do would be to stay around others. After all, the tapping never came around when other people were in the room with me. So maybe that meant that the creature wouldn't be able to come out. I wasn't sure, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to stomach going back to my dorm room. And late at night, I would think about that room. I knew that I had left the shattered remains of the camera on the floor, and all I could imagine was the creature scrabbling its way out of the closet and finding me missing from my bed, wondering where I was, and searching. A few nights into my extended stay with Tyler, I woke to the unfamiliar. Not the typical distortion of waking up in a room that was not my own, but a feeling deep inside that something was wrong. It took me a moment to fully shake myself from sleep, but when I did, I realized that I was out of my bed, standing in the center of the room. I had never slept walk before, even as a child, so this was distressing to say the least. And when I brought it up to Tyler the next day, he once again attributed the odd happenings in my life to stress. I wasn't so sure. I was even less sure when the same thing happened 2 days later, and then the day after that. Each night I would awake just after 3 o'clock in the morning, standing in the dead center of the room. I always woke up hard, with a start and a shake, and I always was incredibly cold. Even more concerning, I always woke up facing my closet. Paranoid, I started marking the place that I woke each night, and much to my sinking dismay, I found that, indeed, every night I was roughly one step closer to the dreaded closet. Half jokingly, I asked my friend Tyler to tie me to the bed, which seemed to be his breaking point. And I can't really blame him. I don't know what I would do if I felt that my friend had gone off the deep end. Regardless, he told me that he was sorry, but that he didn't feel like he could have me stay with him anymore. He told me that he hoped that I found help, but that he just couldn't do this anymore. And I left, almost numb. I wasn't angry. I wouldn't believe me either, I don't think. I checked myself into a motel, and that night, before I went to bed, I tied my hand to the headboard in a knot from my days in Scouts, complicated enough that my sleeping body wouldn't just be able to tug myself free. I wish I could say that I was surprised when I woke up that night at just past 3 in the morning, the rope slashed to pieces on my bed, and my own feet resting less than a foot away from the motel closet. I haven't left the motel. I can't bring myself to. If you find this, please know that I did everything that I could. I am not crazy. I am terrified. I can't imagine what that creature wants with me, but I know that it cannot be good. I will try to stay awake now. Try to stay away. Even now, even in the waking world. I can't deny that I'm pulled towards the dark abyss. And part of me knows that I am not strong enough to fight. Wants to go to those doors, open them, and curl up inside. And maybe I will. Maybe I'll have to give in to that urge and just wait there. Never sleeping and always watching. So that the monster cannot consume my soul. All I have to do is keep myself from falling asleep. The only sound that can keep me awake are my fingernails tapping wood. The early morning sun poked through my window, letting me know that it was time to get to work. I yawned and stretched and put on a pair of shorts with a t-shirt. I could hear the cardinals chirping hello to the serene August morning. It was already in the mid-60s, which meant that a very warm and humid day would be on its way. The kids would be here soon, and I needed to make sure that everything was ready for the weekend. As the sun inched over the horizon and burned away the morning haze, I checked the cabins and found everything in place for the new campers. The food was packed, the cabinets and the freezers and the mess hall stocked enough for a large contingent of children. This would be the last weekend of summer camp for the year. Once these kids were gone, the Boca Nature Reserve would be shuttered and forgotten until spring returned to claim the reserve from winter's icy grip. I checked the list that Roger had given me at the beginning of the camp season. I went through the list of participants and stopped at the last unchecked date. This weekend, I would help host the boys of St. Michael's Orphanage. No, sorry. We don't use the word orphanage anymore. Political correctness sent out a memo calling St. Michael's a foster child care center. Doesn't really matter what name they give it. St. Michael's houses all the unwanted children from broken and abandoned families. These children were the modern-day wretched refugees the Statue of Liberty talks about on its face. If not for the sizable donation from the Joseph Swift Foundation, these kids would never step foot in Camp Winoka. They were truly the lost souls. If not for a few caring individuals, they would have slipped through the cracks of society without a concern. For most of the camping season, snot-nosed rich kids ran around Winoka like they were personally responsible for nature itself. They were privileged, spoiled, and couldn't care less about communing with nature and its wonders. The upside of those little rich kids was the money that their parents shelled out for us to entertain and amuse those rotten brats for a week. Their cash kept Camp Winoka running and afforded the opportunity to bring in less fortunate kids for camp. Although, most of these young souls had never been out of the city, and they appreciated the communion with forest life. After 30 years as camp caretaker, this was my payment, seeing the wonder in their eyes when presented with the majesty of nature. With everything in order, I jumped on the camp's ATV and drove back to my Airstream trailer nestled off the camp proper. Looking in my bathroom mirror, I was a little unkempt. I swept back my salt and pepper hair, tied a rubber band around my ponytail, as well as brushed out my beard, dabbed on some deodorant, and slipped into a clean yellow polo shirt with the camp crest. It was around 8 a.m., and the camp would soon come to life with new explorers. I fired up the ATV and went to the base camp to await the last campers of the season. I had just finished a Red Delicious when I heard the bus rolling down the dirt road. The Winoka Nature Reserve was an isolated slice of forest in the southeast corner of Ohio. It covered over 400 acres of privately protected woods and wildlife. Hiking trails wound through the forest without a telephone pole or a skyscraper littering the landscape. The cabins, mess hall, and even the suspension bridge across the Taylor Ravine were all built with solid 19th century ingenuity. A single dirt road was the only way in or out of the reserve. Roger was the first off the bus, as usual. He was filled with energy and covered in summer sweat. Although most counselors were teenagers trying to add a community service star to their college transcript, Roger had fallen in love with Camp Winoka and decided to make it a yearly commitment. He was an able-bodied guy, so I appreciated the help. "Hey, Jackson, how's it going, you old mountain man?" Roger thrust out a hand. I shook it. "Everything's primed and ready to roll." While the other counselors tended to the kids, Roger slung an arm around my neck and walked me away from the unloading bus. "Listen, Jackson, there are about 22 kids this year. All boys, so we'll use cabins A, B, and C and leave cabin D empty. There are a couple of rowdy ones, but nothing that you and I can't handle. After all, if we can't handle 24 kids for 3 days, we're in the wrong business." He laughed and looked at me with a concerned expression. "How's your arthritis?" Good days and bad, Roger. But nothing to keep me out of the game." "Oh, that's good to hear. I'll get with you when the kids are done settling in, and we can go over the schedule. Here's to a great weekend." He slapped me on the back and returned to the bus. The kids unloaded and settled into their assigned cabins without incident. From the checklist Roger gave me, the kids were 9 to 13 years old, most in the lower part of the age range. Just like every year, we gathered them around the mess hall for introductions before Camp Winoka lunch. "Good afternoon, campers," Roger cheerfully bellowed, met with a semi-enthusiastic hello by the campers. "My name is Roger Lovek, but you can call me Roger. I'm the head counselor here for your stay at Camp Winoka, and this," he pointed to the 4 yellow-shirted counselors, "is Gary, Glenn, Mitch, and Tom. And this right here is Mountain Man Jackson," he pointed to me. "He takes care of the campground all year round and keeps it looking great. If you ever have a problem during your stay, please let myself or one of these men know. We're here to make sure that you have fun as well as stay safe." Roger glanced at his clipboard. "And with that in mind, we do have a few rules." The children heaved a collective sigh. "Oh, come on, guys. These rules are here for your protection. The nearest city is about 45 minutes away, as well as the nearest hospital is over an hour away. Play safe, stay safe, right?" Okay. Rule number 1. Everybody needs to be in their assigned cabin by 9 p.m. When we are in the wilderness, the temperature drops out there and there are no streetlights, so it gets really dark and very cold quickly. Rule number 2. Every camper will be assigned a buddy. Your buddy is to be with you at all times. Well, unless you're going to the bathroom. Everybody chuckled at this. Rule number 3. Unless you're being led by a counselor, stick to the blue paths. If you look in your packet, you'll see that the paths that I'm talking about. Blue paths are safe to walk with your buddy. Red paths are trails approved for walking only with a counselor. And the black paths are off limits and are for staff members only. All right. Rule number 4. Trail bikes, paddle boats, and canoes are available on the first-come, first-served type of basis. The sign-up sheet is located on the bulletin board outside of the main cabin there, and we put up a new sheet after dinner for the next day of unscheduled activity time. And before you ask, the ATV is for counselor use only. Rule number 5. Be respectful of your counselors and fellow campers. We have opened this once-in-a-lifetime chance to enjoy nature, so take advantage of it, not the people around you, and have a great time. What do you say? The kids offered a civil round of applause. Roger waited for the smattering to die down. And this year, we're offering a special surprise to the best campers. We'll be choosing 6 of the best campers for a Sunday night excursion to the Light of Hope ruins. Some kids smiled and nodded. I can see some of you know the legend, but we'll be camping there for a night with an open pit cookout, some s'mores, and maybe just do a little ghost hunting. How's that sound? The kids erupted in applause and whistles. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Great. Be on your best behavior, and you could be one of the lucky few that are chosen. Now, let's get in line for lunch. We have a lot to see today. The kids continued to applaud as they lined up for their afternoon meal. I never minded putting meals together when I was in the army, so it was an easy task. Every day, one of the counselors was assigned to KP with me. Unfortunately, they usually bitched and moaned about it. I never understood the attitude. I mean, get it over with. Don't drag it out by complaining the whole time. Besides, these kids were grateful to have a bologna sandwich, fruit cup, and celery with peanut butter. It was those rich kids that had special menu requests that were the real pain. Needless to say, there are no vegetarians when you're poor. The next couple of days flew by without incident. I'll be honest, I've never seen a group of lightly supervised kids not get into a little mischief when the counselor wasn't around. I guess the Light of Hope campout was a real draw for those of you who do not watch those ghost hunting programs. The Light of Hope ruins are one of those places that have spawned many supernatural myths around them. This made life hellish for me. As a matter of fact, I spend the majority of my off-season time running off idiots with their ghost detecting equipment because if anyone gets hurt, the sanctuary would be liable for any injuries sustained. Nevertheless, it never stopped anyone from spinning a yarn about a campfire or two about the place the media calls Gore Orphanage Light of Hope. The campsite was located 3/4 of a mile from the main campground, close to the interstate annex. The 6 winners were easy to choose and were elated when we called their names at the Saturday night assembly. The kids were a bit skittish due to the fact that we had to take one of the black paths through the dense woods, but Roger and I made sure that they tucked their pant legs into their socks to prevent ticks and chiggers from getting a free ride to the campsite. Mr. Jackson, what's that close to the campsite? A kid named Connor Watson pointed to the woods where a clearing appeared. See those old markers? That was a graveyard over 100 years ago, I said. That's creepy. The boy had a worried face as I patted his head. Don't worry, Connor. Ghosts don't exist. You're safe for now. And I offered him a wink. We made it to the site about an hour before sunset and set to the task of putting up the 2 tents. Each tent could fit 8 people comfortably, but was a bit of a pain to set up due to the remnants of the brick and stone left from 100 years ago. By the time that we had them up, the sun was mostly melted into the horizon. The 6 winners were a bit rowdy and anxious, but we kept them occupied. Roger took half the kids out to forage for wood for the campfire, while I took the other half to help prepare dinner. Although Connor was not too happy about deer stew, the others were unaffected. Mark Treasure acted almost ghoulish in his desire to try it. We set the gallon pot above the healthy fire, even though every kid was thinking about Gore Orphanage. None of them asked about it, and by the time that we were ready for s'mores, they were practically chomping at the bit for a ghost story. I served the kids some homemade apple cider. I warmed it over the fire to keep the cold away while they finished their chocolate graham cracker marshmallow treats. Roger decided that he would begin weaving the supernatural tale and asked, So, has anyone here heard of Gore Orphanage? All hands went up, but when he asked if anyone knew why it was called Gore Orphanage, most of the kids shrugged. Well, late back in the 1800s, there was an orphanage located on this very spot. You've seen the bricks and timbers lying around our campsite, right? And they all nodded. It was a huge building that once housed almost 200 children. It was originally called the Light of Hope Orphanage. And I jumped in. Now, these kids that they took in weren't good kids like you. They were mostly runaways and kids that weren't right in the head, and some were downright mean. But they were too young to go to prison. So the authorities put them in Light of Hope for rehabilitation. You kids know what that means, right? Some nodded intently, listening. That means that they hoped that the orphanage could help them become good, productive citizens. But some just couldn't be rehabilitated, Roger sighed. Some children were dangerous and had to be chained up at bedtime. Some children were locked downstairs in the basement and were only allowed out for an hour a day. The worst of them were isolated in a small, lightless part of the basement and never allowed to play with the other children. The people who ran the orphanage were too afraid that they might hurt the other children. The worst of them was a kid by the name of Lowell Frudd, I continued. Think of the meanest kid that you know. Now, times that kid by 10. That's how mean he was. Nobody knows what made him so mean or if he was born with the spirit of the devil with him. His first night in Light of Hope, he bit off another kid's ear. They tried chaining him up, but he picked the locks and hurt other kids. So they put him downstairs, but he got free again. This time, he hurt a kid so bad that by the time that the orderlies got him to the infirmary, the kid was almost dead. Lowell had broken every finger and toe in the kid, joint by joint, added Roger, accentuating this by breaking some dry sticks and tossing them into the campfire. As you can guess, Lowell had become far too dangerous to leave around the other kids. The people in charge decided to lock him away in the basement. They put him in a straitjacket and only let him out for a shower once a month. When they let him out to take a shower, they'd also wash down his cell. Let's just say he didn't have the cleanest of bathroom habits, I continued. But how did he eat? Connor, the youngest of the Winners, asked. Good question. See, once a day, an orderly would bring in a bottle of liquid food, oatmeal or gruel, and force a tube down his throat. They'd empty the bottle straight into his stomach. That method worked until he bit off one of the orderly's fingers. And after that, they had to strap him down to feed him, Roger said. Oh, come on. Mark Traeger, the oldest of the Winners, rolled his eyes in disbelief. It's true. A quick, serious look put Mark Stout in check. He used an old, rusty C-clamp to force his mouth open. Lowell fought them, but only succeeded in breaking off pieces of his teeth. They found records where orderlies refused to feed Lowell because of his creepy, jagged-toothed smile. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Jackson. Roger hid a laugh at my improvisation behind a cough. Everyone that came in contact with Lowell was convinced that he had the devil in him. But what could they do? The only way to leave the orphanage was either through an adoption or when they turned 18. People knew that no one would adopt Lowell, and it was many years before he was old enough to legally leave. So in that basement cell he stayed. And as years passed, I concluded. Roger suddenly stood up. Oh, sorry, boys. I gotta go relieve myself. Jackson, do you mind finishing the story? I don't know, Raj. You think they can handle the rest of the story? I don't know, Raj. You think that they can handle the rest of the story? The children responded with a chorus of protests. Okay. I'll tell you the rest of the story if you guys promise to clean up afterward and hit the bed. Deal? And all agreed, and I passed around the rest of the steaming apple cider while Roger headed into the woods for some privacy. After a few years in the hole, the orphanage people relaxed and let Lowell out of the straitjacket. They even let him eat real food instead of pouring gruel down his throat. It looked like he might have actually turned the corner and was going to make a good young citizen after all. However, he had these eyes that looked like the houses of the fires of hell. It unnerved everyone who met him. But he was behaving, so he got more and more privileges back, although he was still kept in the basement. Then, on an August night, Lowell picked the locks on his shackles, and any other person held prisoner for years would have made for the doors and escaped, but not Lowell. He went to the storage shed and got several cans of kerosene. Back then, kerosene was used in lamps instead of light bulbs that we use today. He crept through the night, poured gallons upon gallons of kerosene all around the building, in the hallway and other places that could move without drawing attention to himself. He poured a final trail of kerosene out of the main door and wedged a piece of lumber across the doors, jamming them closed. Then he put a match to the kerosene, and the boys gasped, and they were hooked. And in that night, much like a night like this, Lowell Frudd laughed as he watched the orderlies and children helplessly pound on the doors and windows as the flames grew taller and hotter. Survivors say that he sat down on the front lawn and watched it all burn to the ground, his eyes red, glowing, smiling his broken smile. "Ah, what a bunch of bull," offered Mark. "No, you think so?" I asked. "Here are the facts, young man. On that August night, only 17 children and an orderly survived. By the time fire trucks responded, it was too late. All the firemen could do was watch the Light of Hope orphanage burn to the ground and listen to the dying screams of the trapped orphans. In case you've forgotten, you're sleeping on the ruins of Gore Orphanage. Oh, and here's one other fact that I should share. The children all held their breath when they asked in unison, 'What?' Lowell Frudd's body was never found. The local sheriff's office searched the woods for a week, but they found no survivors, nor did they find Lowell. The only trace of Lowell was where the survivors said that he was sitting on the lawn. A single word was burned into the grass. Home. People say that Lowell roamed the Winoka woods like a wild animal until his dying day. Some say his spirit still haunts these woods. And on a certain night like this one, you can hear the wailing of an orphan child, warning the living when Lowell is lurking about. Wait. Listen." The kids looked at each other as the night sky covered the woods in darkness. Only the occasional cracking of the fire interrupted the silence. And almost on cue, a thin, high-pitched moan filtered through the surrounding trees. What was that?" Connor sputtered. "I have no idea," I said flatly. "Just stay near the fire." It was then that I saw Connor's mouth wide open, pointing towards the woods. And one by one, the other kids followed his finger. In the tree line, 2 small red orbs, the size of human eyes, glowed. And from the thing in the tree line came a single, guttural word. The children froze. Their panic drenched the area. The thing advanced again, and they all began shrieking but huddled close to the fire. Mark even pulled a partially burned stick from the campfire and held it in front of him. It repeated, drawing closer to the campsite. The children were seconds away from blind panic. "Lowell!" I exclaimed. "It can't be." The thing burst from the tree line and into the light of the campfire. The children offered one more unified scream before realization hit them. It was Roger. "Got ya!" He laughed, walking up to the Ghosts Don't Exist campfire. He showed them his glasses with the red LED lights and sat down on the log next to the fire. "You kids should know better." I couldn't contain my laughter. "Ghosts don't exist." The kids offered a weak protest to the prank, but Roger and I couldn't stop laughing. And once the adrenaline surge died down, the kids complied with our wishes and went to their tents. Roger and I made sure all the boys were secure in their sleeping bags before we returned to the fire. "That worked better than I thought," said Roger. "I didn't believe you about the moaning thing." Earlier this week, I had told Roger about how the trucks driving on the interstate close to Gore Orphanage caused a sound which, when filtered through the dense forest, sounded like an otherworldly moaning. Many paranormal investigators reported it as evidence of ghosts, but It was quickly debunked as passing big rigs. However, we were going to take advantage of any free story elements that we could. Did everybody have their fill of cider? Roger looked at the stack of empty cups. No problem there. I stood and stretched. We got a big day tomorrow. Game over. Is it? Roger smiled. The kids slept like logs. Roger and I found it difficult to wake them. In fact, I guess that I had put too many sleeping pills in the apple cider. The next morning, the kids made their groggy way back to the main camp and prepared for the return to St. Michael's. I smiled and waved at the children whose names that I would soon forget. Well, maybe I'd remember one. I'm sure the bus ride back to St. Michael's was uneventful, with the exception of the winners regaining their wits long enough to ask where their fellow orphan was. Roger would handle it with his usual charm, like he had done in the previous years. Probably some excuse like an asthma attack or spider bite from a brown recluse or some such nonsense. It didn't really matter. There were always a new batch of bright-eyed junior counselors every year. A missing child on the books, and an additional $60,000 went straight into the administrator's pocket. All the angles were covered. Orphans were the lost souls of society and would never be missed. Roger rejoined me later that day. We strolled into Cabin D with uncontrollable grins. Connor Watson's eyes, a mixture of uncertainty and terror, lay beyond the weeping in the corner of the cabin. I told you, Connor. Ghosts don't exist. But monsters are real. I drew my knife and closed the cabin door. Her name was Emma. That's what everyone called her anyway. Sometimes they would call her Em, and sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was part of our group of girlfriends growing up in our large town. Not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six, because I, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules were there. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was possibly Jules that started it. She was always playing pranks on people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far, and had to babysit for hours to buy the girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and band to think of such an elaborate prank. Then again, maybe it was Mel or Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being, and walked over to our lunch table. Jules looked excited, waving me over to them. Lot, look! I wasn't sure that I was supposed to be looking. This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles. We lived far inland and into the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy and glamorous and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that was our only real source of entertainment in the area. What? Los Angeles, dummy, Jules said, rolling her eyes. She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's in the same grade as us. Isn't that so cool? I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray, uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. Who? Summer jabbed me in the side. You're being rude, she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. Say hi to Emma. I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer, and then back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. Hi, Emma. They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo and he lets us play sometimes. They kept on talking, chatting about whatever 4th grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child, and I knew that they were just looking for a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wondered how many candle-making kits and Mon-Cala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Nell even got Emma a really nice necklace. Then that disappeared too. We went back to her house, and I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. Lot, don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes so much sense. I mean, what she wears all the time, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go over to her house. That's mean. After I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina, I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable 6, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biology, how would you describe her, down to every detail? Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her and she dodged it deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper. Even though she gained a little weight recently, we're not going to tell her, and she's beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair. God, all those freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. She's nice but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, so that way we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped for a while, and oohed and awed at an empty space for a while. I didn't ask more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off. Not really. It was something little, something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin. We were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up and jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier were making the shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons that I can't place. Look at Emma, Lot, Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted over the top like Jules always is. Hot mama! Look at that booty! I didn't know where to look, just like always. Like for the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look. Because Emma wasn't there. And that's when I snapped. Fuck Emma! I screamed. And fuck all of you! Have you been waiting for this? The moment that I completely lose my fucking mind? Well, here it is! I waved my arms around, manic and furious. Emma isn't real. Emma isn't fucking real! I looked at their confused faces. Oh, you're just gonna keep this up? I fucking hate you guys! You've always done this, made me the butt of your stupid fucking pranks for almost 10 years. 10 years! I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but regained my balance. Fuck you! I hate you so much! Tears welled in my eyes. Years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid fucking prank that got out of hand, and I can't even believe that none of you even had the balls to tell me that it was just a stupid fucking prank. No, I had to keep on going, and you had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair. Summer was furious. Lot, don't fucking be this way. Emma's right there, and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad? Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lot, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too. Yeah, but don't take your anger out on Emma. God, Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand, like she was rubbing someone's back. It's okay, Emma. Lot's just under a lot of stress right now, figuring out where she wants to go for college. Oh, shut up! I yelled miserably. Stop it! Stop it! Just stop it! Emma isn't real. She's not there. How could you guys do this to me? They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was. When they were going to start laughing. When they were going to jump up and say, gotcha. I had enough of this. If they wanted to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it. Not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was and kicked at the air. I heard a scream and slipped on the slick, wet concrete, and then hit my head. And there was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking and punching and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came to a day later in the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale and tired and miserable looking, my heart panging. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others started crying too. I'm sorry, Lot, she wept. I'm really sorry. It was almost frightening, looking at the way that my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital. I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering apologies too, like if we all said sorry, things would just go back to the way that they did. I'm sorry, I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, her eyes red and her cheeks pink, as well as a wobbly chin, and said, Are you? I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party, and I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. Just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in most of my life, and now she felt like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to the university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. And so I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. Unbreakable 6. Yeah, right. I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, and found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed, just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later, when I was about to finish up college, when I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The 6, or the 5 of us were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her at our apartment complex, and it turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but overreacted the way that you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time. It's been forever! Oh my god! I went to her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. Moving back home for a while until I find a job. Yuck. I saw a thick book on the sofa. Oh yeah, that's our senior yearbook. I was flipping through it when I found it in my bookshelf. I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school. But I was curious to see what I looked like back then. If I had gained or lost weight. If my skin had gotten any better. I opened up to the first page and was instantly confused. For Emma, I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind racing. Was there someone named Emma in our year? Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her, Annie said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma, and then I found it. My heart stopped, mouth going dry. My hand shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the Unbreakable Six. We stood with our arms slung around our hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, and then me, and then Jules, then Mel, then Nina, and then... I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top. Shy smile, threadbare shirt, ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be. Just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again? What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph. Just let my shaking finger hover over her face. And Annie fell quiet. Well, I guess you might not really remember that well, but after your head injury anyway, you just kind of faded away from everything. Stopped doing much at all. But, Emma, she kind of sort of disappeared too. Out of nowhere, the cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared, I guess. I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one that I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea, grabbing a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him, locked myself in my room, and stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and I found my old photos, my best friends, and I told them, please meet me back at home. It's important. I returned back to our big town, little city, went to the newest Starbucks and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules, small-time blogger who works in an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child, wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. What happened to Emma? They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew that this was coming. Nothing, Jules said with finality. Emma wasn't real. She was just a trick, Nina said softly. She was a prank. I figured that they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and I slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. Emma was real, I finally whispered. Emma was real. What happened to her? Nothing. Cut the crap, Jules, Summer snapped, and she turned to me. Lot, you killed Emma that day by the pool.
You went nuts, and you kicked her, and you kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head. And you bashed your head, and she fell into the pool, and it was too late to save her, and we had to worry about you, and Summer! Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Lot, we weren't going to let you go to jail. I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. Why? Nina reached across the table and took my hand, and she squeezed it hard. Because we're the Unbreakable Six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead. I excused myself to the bathroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long, but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. And I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing until I cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them. I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seeming willing, ready to have me turn myself into the police. Jules yelling about them all getting into trouble. Mel starting to cry. You don't have to, Nina said. You don't have to. We got rid of all of the evidence. We buried her far away where no one could find her. I want to turn myself in, I repeated firmly. I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me, that I buried her. Tell me where she is so that way I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get into trouble. It wasn't your fault. I thought that I finished crying. I thought that I had nothing left. But I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. I never saw her. They looked at me expectantly. I never saw her. Not even once. I thought that this was just some big prank that you guys were pulling on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I've never seen her before. I just played along. Nina nodded. I thought that it was weird that you were always so cold to her. Like you didn't even acknowledge her. She really liked you, Mel said. She thought that you were so smart and that you were going to go into the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that. I felt as though my heart would burst. I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her. Show me where you buried her. We got into Summer's car and drove out far. Into a park, into a different city. The park was huge and overgrown. Like no one had been there to take care of it in a very long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. And I took it with me. Jules led the way, deep into the park, deep through the trees until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh. There were no markers or indicators, but the way that my friends' faces paled at the sight, I knew that this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. I gotta see her, I whispered, and I dug the shovel into the ground. I gotta see her. Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left back to the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck and my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. And suddenly Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. And Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole. And we looked down. Summer gagged, covered her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt. As I looked down into an empty grave.
I used to be into some fucked up shit when it came to the internet. Now I can't even look at a computer without feeling sick to my stomach. The glowing window in digital infinity now feels like a gateway to hell. My obsession with the macabre started when I was 12. I would spend nights at my friend's house. His name was Paul Fender, and unlike myself, Paul came from a very wealthy family. The kind of wealth that came with an indoor pool and a 4-digit key code. In all honesty, Paul was a bite-sized chunk of dog shit. Whenever he'd invite me over, the better part of my stay would consist of Paul showing me all of the shiny new things that his parents had purchased him in between the gaps of time separating from my last stay. Look, don't touch could have been his catchphrase. I only endured Paul's antics for the perks. And boy, were there a lot of them. The weekends that I spent playing pauper to the prince were also weekends that I got to live the high life at Casa de Fender. A wishful luxury if you grew up with penny-pinching folks like mine. When Paul wasn't jacking off his own ego, he was jacking off to Amber, his father's Barbie doll of a trophy wife. Fake tits, tight ass, and a birth date that placed her in diapers right around the same time that Mr. Fender was filing for his first divorce. The driving force behind Paul's lotion addiction had less to do with his stepmom's physical presence, and more to do with her acting abilities. That's because before Amber met Paul's father, she was a certified spank tape starlet, with a body of work that encompassed over 50 titles. It was an admirable trait for someone who had just turned 21. After meeting her future husband during an intoxicated romp through Vegas, Amber turned her back on a life of gangbangs and gag suppression techniques. Instead of fucking multiple guys for money, she'd only have to fuck the one. Paul told me how he accidentally discovered the details of Amber's former life when he found a collection of X-rated movies hidden away in his father's closet. Every single one of the VHS tapes displayed Amber in dozens of, let's just say, explicit positions, performing every imaginable adult act. Paul hit the jackpot, being the rich bastard that he was. His bedroom came complete with a big screen TV and entertainment center. In the following months, he had cycled through nearly all of the titles. He'd wait until everyone in the house was asleep, then fire up the VCR. I'd only ever seen brief snippets of the opening credits before he'd shove me out of the room, into the dimly lit hallway. Man like clockwork, he'd lock the door for a few seconds after I was out, leaving me to wander the quiet house until the door was unlocked again. I had only made it halfway down the hall when the door to Paul's room unlocked, and then opened. And not long after, Paul emerged with a wide-eyed, blank expression. I tried to speak to him, only he wouldn't answer. He just continued walking past me as if I were invisible. He had only been a few feet past me when he started screaming. I know it couldn't have been that long, but in my memory, those screams seemed to last for hours. First, the live-in maid showed up to find out what was wrong. Then Paul's father came down the stairs with his confused-looking stepmother. Nothing could be said to calm Paul down. He just continued to scream. And during the commotion, I slowly walked into Paul's room, where the TV was still on, set to VCR mode, and only the tape had been stopped. After a moment of hesitation, I pressed rewind, and the VCR buzzed until the tape quickly stopped with a loud click. I could still hear Paul screaming in the distance while his father tried desperately to reach him. My finger hovered over the play button, and then pressed it. The video was recorded in a foreign country, probably Mexico, because I instantly recognized the language as Spanish. A man was speaking to a group of dangerous-looking locals. After coming to an agreement, the man handed the leader of the group a thick wad of American dollars. As the man turned to the camera, smiling, I knew without a doubt that it was Paul's father. The video jumped forward to show a Mexican man on his knees, begging in Spanish, while Paul's father stood behind him with a pistol, pointed at the back of his skull. Before the Mexican man could say anything else, the trigger was pulled, and blood and brain coated the sandy grounds. I was so entertained by what I had just seen, I didn't hear Paul's father as he entered the room. I looked up at him, and as he glanced at the TV, winced with a flash of recognition before looking down at me with guilt burned into his face. Paul's father personally drove me home that night. He gave me $200 and told me to keep my mouth shut about what I had just seen. I never saw Paul again after that night. I had lost a friend, but I had gained a fascination. I wasn't afraid of what I had seen on that video. I felt excited somehow. Turned on even. It wasn't in a sexual way, it seemed more akin to a light bulb switching on. What was once hidden in the darkness suddenly becomes visible. The same could be said about the inner workings of a young mind. And at that point, I could have cared less about the why. That's because I was honed in to the how. As in, how would I be able to see more? As I grew up, challenging my extreme taste was almost like a hobby. If it was weird or gross, you could be sure that I would become aware of it somehow. Snuff tapes, videos about people taking the forever nap, body mutilation, as well as fringe adult films. I was pretty much a jack of all trades when it came to shit that you wish that you could unsee. Now you can't throw a rock without some YouTube knockoff overstuffed with questionable video content. But back then, I was on the ground floor when it came to navigating the sketchy side of the internet. I would spend hours doing the online legwork, searching dozens of forums, chatting with weirdo after weirdo until I got pointed to the right direction. There was something about putting in the work that made those inevitable discoveries so much more enjoyable. I endured mind-numbing stretches of time at the mercy of dial-up and faulty connections. But with a little luck, and a lot of patience, I began to amass a digital collection that would only evolve with the functionality of the internet. Dial-up gave way to DSL, and DSL gave way to high-speed cable. When it was all said and done, my specially built hard drive contained over 2,000 files, all meticulously organized by type and rating. Yeah, I had my own rating system. Under the name and info of every video, there would also be a display of series of black stars that would numerically range from 1 to 5. Astonishingly meh was about 1, so was 2. 3 was interesting, 4 was thoroughly fucked up, and then there was 5. The creme de la creme. Over time, I managed to condense the collection down to mostly the good stuff. Nothing but 3 and 4 star ratings. However, in all my days of surfing the filth web, I never encountered a video that I felt deserving of 5 stars. My nightmare-induced hobby would end when I met Kate. I wasn't in the market for a girlfriend, but she just sort of clung to me. What started off as a college fling became a 5-year relationship that ended in holy matrimony. We had only been living together for about a month when she stumbled onto the collection and almost had a brain aneurysm. To this day, I don't know why the stuff wasn't password protected. I thought personal boundaries were a thing, apparently, and she just didn't get the memo. After crying in her bedroom with the door locked for 2 hours, she would simply tell me while wiping her puffy eyes, "Either your fucked up videos go, or I do." The things that we do for love. Deleting those videos was the hardest thing that I ever had to do. Jump ahead 2 years into the world of marital domestication, and things were surprisingly good. Kate and I made a pretty cute couple. It was a strange new life that consisted of dinner parties, double dates, and husband/wife Netflix binging. And after a lengthy withdrawal period, my dark obsession faded back into the shadows. But like any good addiction, there's always that thing waiting around the corner to trigger a relapse. I was on my lunch break when my coworker Jerry started ranting passionately about the hidden mysteries and unspeakable horrors of the deep web. I usually ignored Jerry when he talked, but that day I couldn't have tuned him out even if I wanted to. Of course, this sad son of a bitch hadn't actually gone on himself. Like any good millennial, the bulk of Jerry's opinions had been formed based on a fistful of YouTube and top 10 videos. Even so, I couldn't help the feelings of intrigue that began to form in the pit of my stomach, causing me to abandon the majority of Kate's world-famous tuna salad sandwich. While I wasn't completely ignorant to the existence of the deep web, the concept had only become popular in the last few years, and from what I understood, it required skills far beyond my basic computing abilities. According to Jerry, that wasn't true. All it took was a decent internet connection and a web browser, and then you could just download a program called Tor. I was facing a weekend to myself. Kate would be heading out of town to a fertility clinic, conveniently located 5 hours away. She'd use the remainder of the time as an excuse to pester her sister, who lived only 30 minutes away from the clinic. One thing I've failed to mention at this point would be Kate and I struggled to have a baby. Of course, when I say us, I really mean her. While it was a fact of life that she was unable to get pregnant, I found it harder to make myself care. I never wanted kids, even though I never told Kate that. She made me go get my sperm checked out, and when the little swimmers came back with a perfect bill of health, the fault would lie with Kate. It was a fault that she couldn't seem to look past, no matter how much I tried to help sweep said problem under the rug. Kate spent countless sleepless nights researching infertility treatments. That was until she discovered the out-of-state clinic. I was shocked at the time when she made no attempt to drag me along with her. "It's just a consultation," she said. "No need to get your hopes up." In what seemed like the snap of a finger, I was home alone for the first time in years. I fucked around for the majority of the first day, walked around in my underwear, watched porn, and downed half a case of beer that didn't have the word light across the box. It was on the second day that I remembered Jerry's deep web speech at work. And this got me curious. I watched a brief YouTube tutorial on how to access the deep web and was shocked at just how simple everything was. I downloaded the Tor program. The whole thing worked as its own special browser that used a number of IP addresses to bounce through, so that way that your computer's actual location wouldn't be traced. At least, that's how I think it worked. The majority of pages on the deep web aren't indexed, so to access them you have to find a page containing links and info. I went through a page called the Hidden Wiki. It was a collection of pages indexed by category. And to be honest, nothing really jumped out at me as fucked up, unless you count the insane amount of child sites that would casually be listed as if shit like that was in commonplace. The Deep Webs is a pedophile's amusement park, and while I've prided myself on my debauched personal tastes, the concept of that type of stuff always made me sick. Aside from the copious amounts of CP, the listings were perpetuated with hacktivism sites, as well as a plethora of Bitcoin-accepting vendors that specialized in everything from illegal drugs to military-grade firearms. I scoured the rest of the Hidden Wiki, only finding dead links and pages with misleading titles. As I sat at the desk, glued to the monitor, I found myself utterly bored, and yet there was this nagging urge to pull more from the tangled ball of yarn. From the countless stories that traveled the surface net, the deep web was supposed to be the place of nightmares. If you ask for my opinion during those frustrating moments, my summary would have been simple. Unimpressed. The hours flew by and I continued stumbling from site to site. But by that point I had come across the list of unlisted pages. The list contained over 50 onion links, and clicking every one was a crapshoot. Of the 50 plus, I had gone through nearly all of them. Every click was like playing Russian roulette. There was a page that displayed a handbook for pedophiles. It was like the Wild West, and the fucking kitty diddlers had no problem laying claim to their territory. There was a page that showed you how to make a bomb from items found around the house. There was actually a page that literally was nothing more than a continuous repeating animation of a spinning dildo, a populated social network for people who liked fucking horses, and a white supremacist recruitment page, jam-packed with propaganda about supposed race wars that were lingering around the corner. The last link shot me over to the chat server. Nothing fancy. It looked like the kind of thing that you would see in an AOL days of the internet. I came up with a nickname and logged into the server. There aren't that many people active, and what individuals I did try to talk to either ignored me or logged off altogether. All but one. I hooked up with a fellow traveler that went by the name of King Nomad, with a 1 and a 0 for the I and O. Our conversation went like this. What's up? Looks like someone's got the new car smell. Huh? What's up? You sound like a fucking tourist. Let me guess. You read an article on BuzzFeed about the deep web and your little dick got hard at the idea of being naughty for a change. You kiss your mother with that mouth? Only when she says please. So I'm new. Why? Is that a deep web no-no? Careful, little piggy. Not all the wolves here huff and puff. And what's that supposed to mean? If you're looking for an adventure, start a Tumblr account. I'm looking for videos. Sorry, Ice Cream Man, but I don't do guided tours of Sesame Street. I'm not into kid shit. What are you into? Violent stuff. Snuff, necro, fucked up BDSM, torture. You know, all the parts of a balanced breakfast. You're funny. Sure those eyes aren't bigger than your stomach. I got a healthy appetite. https://3grm666pleys.onion. What is that? And my chatter didn't send a response. A few seconds after I sent him the message, I watched as the anonymous individual's nickname vanished from the server. I was hesitant at first as to what the link would lead to. Was it a point in the right direction, or some virus-laced prank to punish me for being a newbie? Ah, fuck it, I said to myself, and so I clicked the link. What I saw next was an all-black screen with a cluster of red text in the middle. Satan's sluts. His gifts are boundless. Their flesh is his currency. Tread carefully, for there is no God here. I clicked enter and the screen shifted to display another box of text. The horrors of Eve will bend the knee and whisper in the dark. The master then shall grant the wish and tear their soul apart. Scrolling below the fucked up rhyme, I saw pictures. Dozens and dozens of pictures. All of them black and white. All of them women. The many images were arranged in a condensed grid that allowed you to take the full scope of just how many were on the screen. Hovering the pointer over each picture caused the image to expand, giving you a detailed look at every entry. Under every picture was a name and a number. The diverse group of women was made up of every conceivable ethnicity, color, and body type, and while the women's outward appearance provided them with physical distinction, the pictures would share another connecting thread. Every one of the women appeared to be roughed up and battered, as well as completely nude. All of them were forcing a blank, emotionless smile, while their uncovered skin showcased an alternating mesh of bruises, scrapes, and scratches. At first, the patchwork of black and white pictures appeared to be composed of strangers, but as I clicked from woman to woman, expanding picture after picture, the unrecognizable soon became familiar. Some of the women were actresses, while others turned out to be chart-topping pop stars and famous YouTube personalities whose number of subscribers ran upwards into the millions. One of the women looked just over the cusp of 18. She was Asian. She was also sporting a busted bottom lip. And the name underneath read, Karen Matsui. Her face wouldn't have garnered a second thought. That was, if I wouldn't have recently watched her on the TV win the U.S. a silver Olympic medal in the rhythmic gymnastics. As I glanced downwards, my eyes widened as they made their way to the bottom of the corner of the screen. There was a row of small, clickable numbers, indicating that the page that I currently viewed was just one page in a digital booklet. The page numbers started from 1 and ended with 47. A gut feeling led me to believe that 47 was just the halfway point. Before I was able to click on anything else, a black box appeared on the screen, accompanied by the word, Live Feed in Progress. Would you like to view? My hand twitched with an involuntary spasm as I pointed the clicker to the yes button and pressed it down. The rows of black and white pictures were replaced with one single image, and I was suddenly looking into an empty room. The rugged enclosure looked like it was chiseled from solid rock a long, long time ago.
The jagged sections, strange curvature, and uneven dirt floor exposed the likelihood that the visible location wasn't part of a building, but a hollowed-out cave. Flames flickered from the ends of 4 medieval torches held in place by an iron sconce bolted into the 4 corners of the room, serving as its sole source of light. The minutes that passed seemed like an eternity, until 4 figures entered the room. 4 war-flowing white cloaks. Their features were obscured by the attached hood. At the center of these hooded white figures was a single person, shorter and thinner than the surrounding 4. The center figure was also covered from head to toe in a cloak, only instead of white, the lone individual was garbed in crimson red that stood out even more from the room's lack of color. One of the white hoods broke from the near-perfect formation and stood face to face with the mysterious person in red. The figure in red pulled back the hood, exposing the concealed identity. All the air rushed out of my body at once, because there was no confusing the thin features that made up the woman's small face. I shook my head and wiped my eyes in an attempt to rid myself of anything that could have obscured my vision, and when I looked back at the screen, she was still there. Kate. My Kate. My wife. Frantic thoughts burned holes into my brain. My mind raced through scenarios involving Kate getting kidnapped or worse, and then, like a shifting water current, I began humoring the possibility that what I witnessed was the byproduct of some advanced hallucination that had suddenly taken over my vision. I glanced back at the screen only to once again be locked eyes with my wife, her form still hidden under the baggy cloak. As much as I wanted to pick up the phone and dial Kate's number, some invisible force held me in place, forcing all of my attention in the direction of the footage. The white hood unfastened the latch near Kate's neckline, instantly causing the crimson cloak to fall from her body. My wife stood between the hooded figures with nothing to show but her bare flesh. The image of Kate's naked body shouldn't have been a revelation, but I could see the subtle changes across her glistening skin. She was flushed, and her nipples stood firm and erect, the same way that they had gotten when she hit the peak of sexual arousal. As if directed by an inaudible command, the other 3 white hoods moved from their stationary position. The 3 suddenly took a hold of Kate, turning her around so that way her exposed back faced the 4th hood. The 4th hood drew a small knife and began to carve a small, strange symbol at the base of her tailbone. Kate winced, then eventually screamed out. None of the 3 hoods would loosen their grip until the 4th completed the task. Now released, Kate got back to her feet, blood running down her right leg as she stood face to face with the 4th hood once more. And while the footage was low quality, the sound radiated from the computer screens in crystal clarity. So clear, it allowed me to hear the detached white hood speak in a deep tone of a detached older man. "You must give yourself fully, and you will be rewarded," the hooded figure whispered. Kate nodded, and the hoods began to chant in a language that I had never heard before. They chanted loud. They chanted in unison. The repetitive sound went on for a few minutes until a loud roar echoed through the stone walls. All 4 hoods scattered to different corners of the room, placing their heads to the ground while still continuing to chant. And it entered the room. The creature stood over 7 feet tall. The top half resembled a muscular man with leathery, gray skin stretching across a barrel-chested frame. The bottom half was covered in thick, matted fur. The creature didn't have feet. It had dark brown hooves, clanking as the hideous monster moved further into the room. Of all of the nightmarish imagery, what chilled me to my core was the thing's head. Between 2 massive shoulders sat the unnaturally large head of a goat. 2 bone-sharp horns extended from its forehead. The front half of its face was long and exaggerated, a molded perversion stretching beyond the physical limits of nature. Between a gap of rotted teeth hung its filthy black tongue, the deteriorated organ dripping discolored saliva into a puddle on the floor as it eyed Kate hungrily. Kate walked up to the creature, eerily as if it were familiar, and then kissed it. My stomach turned as Kate and the creature embraced one another. She jumped up, and the creature took her, grabbing a fistful of hair and yanking her head back. The creature licked the visible neckline, setting off a chain reaction of pleasurable moans from deep within Kate. And then it looked at me through the screen and smiled. I blacked out after that. And when I came to, the computer screen was just displaying the blank white image of a dead Link. I hit the refresh button, but nothing happened. Then my mind flashed to my wife. I picked up the phone and dialed Kate's number, only to get her voicemail. And so I dialed again and again until she finally picked up.
Is everything okay?
Kate said in her normal tone. My mouth had turned to cotton, but I eventually managed to get out the words. I just saw.
Just saw what?
Kate asked, confused. Are you okay? I said quietly as my hand sweatily gripped the base of the phone.
Yeah,
she said.
I just got on the highway. I'll be back for dinner.
And she was back in time for dinner. I hugged her like we hadn't seen each other in years. I looked at her and she looked at me. And everything seemed fine. It seemed better than fine. She seemed better than fine. She was practically glowing with excitement. Instead of the usual at-home meal fare, we went out that night. Even though I tried to act like my normal self, my mind couldn't help but replay the video footage of her and that monster. How it had kissed her and how she had kissed it back. How she had done things. I kept asking myself if it was real, or had I imagined the whole thing. I'm pregnant, she exclaimed with the enthusiasm of a human megaphone. She went on to explain that it had been a kind of miracle, and she found out when she went to the clinic. She told me that she'd explain more in detail after she came back from the bathroom. And as I got up from the table, her shirt lifted slightly, exposing a small patch of skin between the fabric and her jeans. And I caught a glimpse of a circular bandage covering a small area near her tailbone. I lost my appetite that night. And it hasn't come back since.
Hey, Dale?
Yeah? My head popped up from my conversation with a young elementary school teacher. She had just spent the last 30 minutes explaining to me how going to a swinger party wasn't normally her thing. I'd been listening, but mostly I'd been paying attention to the delicate locks of downy blonde hair that hung around the nape of her neck.
We could use your help. Allie thinks we've got a creeper.
Where? I asked.
She's in the garage with him now.
I'm sorry, I said, flashing a little smile at the pretty young teacher. This happens. I'll just go take a look and I'll be right back. She giggled some affirmation while I got up. I had to duck my way around one couple groping each other in the cramped hallway before I got there, momentarily stopping to chastise our accountant for not using a coaster on Allie's favorite coffee table. To be fair, he was getting head at the time, but the table's important and worth a small fortune. Minnie, our neighbor, was waiting for me by the half-open door. She was a little tipsy, leaning to one side and looking awful concerned. We'd had our fair share of unpleasant guests in the past, but something about Minnie's expression worried me. When I stepped through the door, I found my wife chatting openly and laughing with Jacob and Alex nearby. She was keeping it jovial, commanding all attention with expert control. That alone let me know that she'd already done some de-escalating. Hey, babe, I said, stepping up and wrapping an arm around her waist. What's up?
These are our new guests,
she replied, gesturing to the quiet man in front of us. He was younger than he should have been, 25 tops. Not a bad-looking guy by any measure, but he certainly seemed about as comfortable as a stray cat in a dog pound. I couldn't tell if he'd noticed the ever-growing number of men around him, but I hoped not. Allie's charm offenses were so effective that most unwanted guests didn't see the door coming until it slammed them in the face. Nice to meet you. I held out my hand and prayed to God that this guy hadn't been jacking off. Francis, he replied as he shook it. His grip was limp, cold, and worryingly moist. And this is Nadia. Here we go, I thought as he moved aside to reveal a fold-out chair and his occupant. There's the rub. At a glance, it looked like just a girl in her late teens with a hoodie pulled up and over her face. It didn't take long for my eyes to correct themselves. Her frame was too slight. Her poise was too stiff, and she wasn't a she at all. She was an it. A doll. And this wasn't some cheap store mannequin either. You could see the pores on her skin and a light downy hair along her exposed forearms. Jacob and Alex snickered behind me, and who could blame them? I had to suppress a smirk myself, and it even got harder when Allie gave me a nudge and told me to introduce myself, and I had to talk out loud to a fucking real doll. Hello, Nadia, I said, biting the inside of my cheek so hard it bled. Sorry, Francis replied. She's not much of a talker. Oh, I bet, I said, and there were more snickers from behind me. Are you comfortable, Francis? I asked. We want to make sure that everyone here is comfortable. I'm a little nervous, he laughed. But I'm being brave for Nadia. She's always been the more adventurous one.
How did you find out about us, Francis?
Allie asked with a gentle smile and a tilt of her head. Nadia knew, he replied. She wanted to experiment, and we've been talking about it openly for a little bit now.
It's a lot for the first time, isn't it?
Allie asked, leaning forward and touching his forearm.
A lot of new couples like to pop in and look around before committing to anything. Great fun for them, not always for the people being watched. Our lifestyle has meant that we're extra sensitive to being put on show. We don't like to feel judged.
Now that I understand, Francis laughed nervously. My parents hated meeting Nadia. Jacob let out what could only be described as a kind of squeal of laughter before covering it up with a burst of cough. Sorry, he sputtered. Beer went down the wrong way. He wasn't holding a drink.
It's not good to feel judged, is it?
Allie said, stepping a little closer to Francis. And without him realizing it, she began to walk him slowly to the door even as he nodded his agreement.
And it's so much to digest, all the sights and sounds here, that we have generally found it best for new young couples like yourself to look around and then go away and chew on it. Really think about what participation means.
That makes sense, he replied.
You can't unfuck someone.
She smiled as she lifted the doll and placed it in Francis's arms.
It's a door you can't go back through. So, given that you've spent some time with us, both you and Nadia, it's probably a good idea for you both to think seriously about what you've seen and how you feel about it.
Oh, of course, he said. Nadia and I will... The door closed and we all returned to the party in a flurry of laughter. Allie had her head on my shoulder as we watched the video on my phone.
You could have told me I had a spot on my ass.
She grumbled. Jacob's a cop, I said. He's seen worse.
How was the teacher? Was Sal her name?
Yeah. She made a few comments to Jordan that made him uncomfortable, I said.
How bad was it?
Well, the word urban was used. And obviously Jordan's a big boy. And I don't think that he was too put off by that kind of thing. But, it was still pretty awkward.
Oof.
Allie winced, closing the video on her phone and stretching upright.
I'll speak to her next time we go for lunch. That must have been as awkward as talking to Francis.
Not quite, I winced, cringing at the memory of that strange little episode. Poor guy. What do you think his deal was?
I don't know.
She yawned and pushed herself off the sofa.
I just hope he doesn't turn into some weirdo with night vision goggles and a crossbow.
I mean, he seemed sincere, I said. I don't know if that's reassuring or frightening.
That he did. Utterly fucking bonkers, but sincere. Come on, Let's head to bed. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
I pushed myself up and went about locking up. I pulled curtains, made sure any old cigarettes were put out, and switched a few of the hungrier appliances off at the plug. Somewhere in the bedroom, Allie turned on the shower, and I decided to hop in and join her once I was done. My last stop was the garage. I'd been tempted to walk past it. It was always a little too dark in there with fluorescent lighting that played havoc with the shadows. I'd often catch sight of my own eyeless reflection in my car's windshield and it would make me jump. And something about the lingering impression of that damn doll meant that I wanted to put the whole place as far away from my mind as I could. But when I caught sight of the door at the end of the long hallway, I noticed that it was slightly ajar, and a cold breeze was coming through. Inside, I found the back door wide open and the lights turned off. A cold autumn wind blew through, sending a few dry leaves skittering across the floor. Images of old slasher movies came to mind, and as cheesy as they might seem, I felt afraid as I called out and waited for some sign of an intruder. Hello? No one answered, but that didn't mean that no one was listening. I had the overpowering sense that I wasn't alone in the room, and I turned on the light and expected my childish fears to be dispelled. As it turns out, I was both right and wrong. Oh, Jesus, fuck! I cried, barely managing to keep my voice from rising into a scream. Nadia, the doll, was sat across the hood of my car in a disturbingly lifelike pose. Her legs were crossed and her head tilted to one side, like a teenager waiting for her acne-faced boyfriend to get out of work. There was even a cigarette propped up between her lips. She shouldn't have been there, of course. Not only had Francis no right to break in and leave her here, but it just made no sense. The room had been dark, but hardly pitch black. It was hard to imagine I could have looked at my car and not seen her, not even as a large black shadow silhouetted against the night. Francis? I cried. Hey buddy, Francis, are you here? I stepped down into the garage and silly ideas started to rush into my head. I knew that I should be looking elsewhere for that boy. I knew that he must be somewhere, probably filming me so that way he could post the video to shitty prank channels on YouTube. But I couldn't take my eyes off of that damn doll. I kept expecting her to turn towards me. She seemed so natural sitting there. And part of me believed without a shadow of a doubt that she was waiting for me and no one else. I'm sorry to do this to you. That voice that spoke out was desperate. It was quiet, almost courteous, but it still touched a nerve in me and I cried out loud. No, what the fuck? My outburst was cut short as Francis stood in the doorway, blood running down his temple and his clothes torn to pieces. He was crying, his right arm shaking from the weight of a revolver clutching tightly in his fist. You seem like a nice couple, he moaned. You don't deserve any of this. And he lifted the gun, and as the barrel passed over my chest, I felt my heart flutter and my peripheral vision go fuzzy. Allie was right, I thought. He is a disgruntled creep, and I'm going to die over some innocuous jokes. But then he put the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger.
Holy shit, that's creepy.
I noticed that when Sal spoke, the little tufts of her hair under her ponytail bobbed side to side. There was a second where I didn't answer and only stared, trying my best to remember exactly what it was that she had said. I don't know about creepy, I replied when I finally remembered. I mostly feel sorry for him.
Yeah, but he was still a murderer,
Sal said.
I read that he'd killed his parents. I mean, that's just fucked up.
Yeah, but I've kind of assumed there was something more going on there. We don't know the full story, and I just can't imagine that he wasn't so... I stopped to make a little twirling motion at the side of my head. If his parents were normal.
I guess that makes sense,
Sal said, sitting back in her chair.
So you guys just up and left for a month? I'm surprised the police let you.
We have friends in the department. Plus, with the porch camera, There wasn't any real doubt about who did it. Best thing that we could have done was just leave. Not to mention that we had to hire professional crime scene cleaners. We didn't want to be here for that.
It was that bad?
I remembered the split-second image of his side that had been permanently etched into my mind. It was a blur. A mental image devoid of any real detail except the vague notion of skin breaking at supersonic speed, followed by the pattern of bony shards striking the wall. Yeah, it was that bad, I replied.
Wow, I'm glad you guys are back.
Sal said, a coy smile on her lips.
I mean, after that first night was so exciting for me, I worried that I maybe wouldn't see you back here again. I felt like I got 10% into my adventure, only for it to suddenly stop.
Just a short break, I replied. All of that is behind us now, and you're always welcome to an adventure with us.
Sounds like fun.
She gave me a wink.
Can I ask you something, though?
She said, suddenly leaning forward like a confessional. Yeah, what do you want to know?
Why'd you keep the doll?
She asked.
It gave us all a hell of a fright when we went into the garage. What do we have?
Allie asked. So Sal saw it, as we know. Frank, Alice, Jake, Al, Jordan, Kim. Pretty much everyone who partakes saw it when they all went out there to smoke. Sometimes it's ones and twos, sometimes as groups.
And they didn't think to mention it?
She asked.
They just thought we kept a murderer's sex doll for, what? Shits and giggles? Did they at least see who took it? Does anyone know where the fucking thing went after they were finished getting baked in our garage?
They were just having a good time, I said, making sure to sound as calm as possible. They weren't really thinking about it at all.
Fuck!
Allie vented, her voice shrill and coarse.
So what? We have a stalker. Francis had a friend? Who put the fucking thing there? What did the police say?
And suddenly it was like I had a belly full of loose change. I could feel my posture deflating beneath her gaze. I'd secretly been hoping that she wouldn't ask and we could avoid my troubled findings. Well, they were initially a little confused about what the relevance of it was.
The relevance?
She cried.
Someone put evidence from a murder scene in our house.
Well, here's the thing. Obviously, Jacob saw the doll, I said. He was there when we first met Francis, but as far as the actual police who were at the scene afterwards, they didn't find one.
What?
Allie cried, her red, teary eyes momentarily coming alive with fiery anger.
What does that mean?
The Nadia thing. It never really popped up during their investigation. I asked Jacob, and he checked. He went into the evidence locker. He even asked around. He looked at all of the reports, and 18 officers and 6 forensic guys, and not one of them saw the doll sitting on the car.
No.
Allie stammered.
No, that doesn't make sense. They took the doll as part of the investigation. That's why it wasn't here when we got back.
Apparently they didn't, I said. They assumed that we did something about it. They were going to ask, but they had just found his parents rotting away in that secret basement, and it all just kind of got lost in the excitement. Allie covered her face with her hands and slowly leaned forward until her head was pressed into the table. And when she finally looked up, I could see that she was no longer holding back her tears.
Who took it? And who brought it back? It wasn't Sal, was it?
I doubt it, I replied. I checked the porch camera, and no one comes or goes that way at night. And it's not like she could have lugged a 60-pound doll through the house with no one noticing.
So we've got a stalker.
Allie cried, part indignant and part terrified.
It was supposed to go back to normal, Dale. You said it would go back to normal with time, and this just feels like the nightmare has started up all over again. And I still haven't heard from Jordan.
Her voice caught a little on the last part, and it wasn't enough to derail the pace of the conversation. For a few long seconds, the air was pregnant with a heavy silence. Why would you? I asked.
Well, normally he'd send me a text after a party.
My eyes narrowed.
Like some memes, just jokes and stuff. Just stuff we can't say in front of the others.
Or me, apparently. Allie swallowed.
Don't be like that.
For a second, my wife shrank down into a timid creature, a far cry from the strong and free-spirited woman that I'd spent 20 years with. The last time that I'd seen her look so small is when she'd been slumped down in some hospital bed getting chemo. Even the slightest reminder of that time softened me up. But maybe that's why I agreed to do what she asked next.
Would you mind checking on him?
Why can't you?
His wife, she wouldn't like that. I mean to say that...
I once sat on a sofa with Jordan and watched Kim blow 3 guys, I snapped. What exactly would she have to be jealous of between you and her husband?
He hasn't gotten back to me in a couple of days.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If only to give myself enough time to decide a proper answer. What's the fucking point of the rules if you don't follow them? I said, at having failed at deciding anything. They were your rules. No texting, no calling, no secret little friendships.
Dale,
she said, shrinking even further.
Please, just go check on him for me. This whole doll thing just feels like a nightmare. I just want it to be over.
Jordan and Kim's cars were both in their driveway, but no one answered when I rang the bell. I tried a few times, even banging the door with my fist as hard as possible. But from the looks of it, no one was home. And I was left standing there in the rain, ready to leave when something caught my eye. I could have sworn a curtain on the upper floor moved a little, like someone was trying to sneak a peek without being seen. A part of me figured that maybe Jordan was avoiding me, even though he shouldn't have known better than to expect me to come charging over in a fit of jealousy. But another part of me wasn't so sure it wasn't Jordan at all, and without really knowing why, I found myself feeling worried for my friends. I wanted to make sure that they were okay, mostly for them, but also partly for me. I couldn't quite shake what Allie had said to me before leaving. The whole doll thing just feels like a nightmare. And I found their back door open. Not just ajar, but thrown wide with the lock smashed in and the top hinge broken off, with no lights on inside. It was surprisingly dark, and I struggled to make myself cross the threshold. "Guys," I cried, still standing in the doorway. "Anyone home?" I wanted to phone the police. I knew I should have. But that just felt like I'd prolonged the nightmare. What I really wanted was to find my friends. Maybe sitting on the sofa, or maybe wrapped up in bed with a stomach bug. It didn't matter. Every second since we'd met Francis, it felt like the world was spinning too fast and my feet were leaving the ground. Reality felt thinner, almost like it was obedient to my anxieties and fears more than logic or rationality. I wanted to assert some sense back into the world. I didn't want to be afraid anymore. So I took a deep breath and pushed myself inside, where I quickly found that none of the lights worked and that someone had left a cup of coffee on the countertop, where it now sat ice cold. The hallway leading to the living room was almost completely dark, as was the rest of the house just beyond. The power was cut and the heating was off, making it so cold that I could see my breath. I stepped through the kitchen and into the living room, where I found that the curtains were drawn, but otherwise everything was in order. I had no idea what to make of it all. If it wasn't for the shoes by the front door and the cars in the driveway, I would have probably guessed that the couple had gone on holiday without telling anyone. "Hello?" I shouted, facing the general direction of the stairs. Something thumped against the floors upstairs, and I was reminded of the glimmer of movement that I'd seen by the front door. It must be Jordan or Kim, I told myself, but the words rang hollow. I tried not to listen to the part of me that began to worry. The very notion that I might be in danger. It seemed to carry baggage with it. Thoughts of stalkers, thoughts of Francis blowing his brains out and leaving me spattered with gore. And worse, thoughts of that fucking doll sitting on my car and watching me as I stammered a cry for help. No, I decided. They simply must be in bed.
I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the thump again. This time, I didn't cry out for my friends. I carried on upstairs like some kind of clockwork soldier, having convinced myself that I'd find a sensible explanation up there. But with each step, I felt more and more like a hostage of my own rationality. Surely it must make sense to turn around and leave, I asked myself. But then the nightmares might follow, a part of me answered. At the very top, I was met with an eerie silence and a purgatorial lighting of a rainy afternoon deep in a house with a few windows. I could see almost all of the rooms were empty from where I stood. But not Jordan and Kim's bedroom, which had the door shut tight. Not the room with the window that overlooked the driveway. Just beyond that door, something moved. I heard it. It could have been a footstep. I wasn't sure. So I cried out once more. "Jordan, what the fuck is going on?" There was no response. "Oh, fuck this," I cried, and upon hearing my own voice quiver with anxiety, I tried to try and seize some measure of control over myself. I barged through the door and right into the bedroom, ready to make an excuse necessary so long as I found my friend safe. I think deep down that I expected to find what I did, but it really didn't make it any easier to see. The room was empty. Almost. No Jordan and no Kim. Their phones were on the nightstands. Their clothes lay, still crumpled, by either side of the bed. Even the duvet cover had been slid aside as if they had just only woken up. And just around the corner, in the bathroom, I heard the faint sound of a leaky faucet dripping into a tub full of water, and I knew it must be full. But there were no living or dead people inside that room, except for Nadia, who was sat upright on a chair in the corner of the room. A latex and rubber simulation of a person, poised awkwardly upright. She was naked, and I felt a flush of revulsion at the sight of her featureless frame. Everything about her was wrong, and it made my skin crawl to see it all laid bare. I would have left were it not for the sound of something sloshing in the tub. A thought entered my head. I wondered if perhaps Jordan and Kim had somehow kept the doll and had been using it as a kind of cruel joke. But cruel or not, I would have been relieved to know that that was the case. Staring at it as it gazed emptily at their bed, I desperately wanted to be reminded that it wasn't real. It wasn't alive or feeling. It just was. A piece of inert matter devoid of everything that makes you special and alive. Because despite everything, it kind of looked alive. It had arms and eyes, a nose with freckles, slender fingers that sat patiently on its lap. I told myself some part of this old lizard brain made me project that notion onto this patient predator and its delicate features. That's what it reminded me of. Some deep-sea rockfish waiting for its prey to come floating past. Once again, there was that noise from the tub. The door to the bathroom was barely a meter from the doll. I'd have to get closer if I wanted to find out more. I kept my distance from the doll as I approached the door. I tried to ignore it, but my nerves were up and my mind was focused on where it sat in the periphery of my vision. I could feel that fucking thing sitting there, like a heat source blazing away at my subconscious. It was positively radioactive in my mind, triggering every deep-seated instinct that I had. I turned the handle and pushed the door and found that the bathroom was cold and empty. Dingy-looking water sat in the tub, disturbed occasionally by the leaky faucet that sent the water sloshing. I walked over and dipped my fingers into the water, finding it tepid and unwelcoming. Everything about that fucking house was cold, like it wasn't meant for human occupation anymore. I rolled up one sleeve and pulled the plug, pausing for a moment to listen to the water gurgle down the drain. "Where are you?" I muttered quietly to myself while looking back at the empty bathroom. "Right here." "Jordan!" I cried, almost bursting into laughter, ready to turn and find my friend waiting for me there. The laughter died when I saw who was really there. Nadia had moved, sitting upright on the bed and looking into the bathroom. And she wasn't alone. 2 latex figures sat beside her so that 3 pairs of glassy eyes faced me. One had been made to look like Jordan, and the other like Kim, and they were all smiling and naked, their plastic limbs resting nonchalantly on each other's bodies. Why so shocked? Jordan's voice was the same, but when that plastic mouth moved to shape the words, I felt as if my feet had finally left the ground and my mind went to airborne. My vision blurred and the skin on my scalp tightened like there was a big screw being turned at the back of my skull. Blood rushed from my brain and I went to God knows where at every inch of my body, and it struggled to reject the scene before me.
This isn't anything you haven't seen before.
Kim chuckled as her head stiffly turned to face Nadia. I snapped and ran straight for the door, desperate to escape. Only my progress was stopped partway as something wrenched at my jacket. Nadia's plastic arm had reached out and grabbed my jacket, pinning me to one spot like I was an unruly dog with a leash.
I'll see you this weekend,
she said in a husky voice. And then just like that, she let me go, and my feet finally finished carrying me out of that room, out of the house, and their laughter followed me the entire time. I think that we should cancel this weekend's party, I said as I sat opposite Allie. So far, I'd managed to avoid mentioning what I'd found to Allie, but she was clearly sensing that I wasn't being honest and had been cold to me ever since. I thought that she figured that I was hiding something about Jordan, maybe thought that I'd gone and told Kim and gotten her little friend in trouble.
I don't want to,
Allie replied. She'd spent the last hour sat on the sofa with her knees pulled up to her chest.
I don't like the way this place feels when it's empty.
I think that we should just go away again, I said. We've got the money. We've got the time. Allie looked at me and almost smiled. Almost. What? I said.
I don't want to do another 2 weeks in some rainy flat with you,
she replied.
Just hiding from all of our problems.
I thought that it was quite nice, I said. Just you and I.
Dale, we both know neither of us signed up to living in each other's pockets,
she said.
I like our life as it is. I don't want to leave it behind for what could be months, maybe even years.
No one's even replied in the group chat, I told her. We don't actually know if anyone's coming this Saturday.
They're grown-ups. They know it's every other weekend. It's not like we need them to RSVP.
No one is this quiet for this long.
Well, they're our neighbors, aren't they? Sal lives like 8 doors down. Jacob's around the corner, and you saw him a few days ago. Just go knock and see what they're doing.
Sal? I knocked on the door and waited, looking anxiously at the direction of Jacob's house. I'd last spoken to him in a panicked phone call after seeing Jordan. He'd come quickly to where I'd pulled over on the side of the road and was mostly a good friend. I say mostly because I'd asked him to make an official report on what I'd seen, to go get help from his friends in the station. He'd refused, looking at me in a kind of sad way that broke my heart, like I was an elderly dog that was due one last trip to the vet. After that, he stopped returning my calls.
Hey, Sal!
I cried, suddenly desperate to break my train of thought.
Hey, Sal, please open the door!
No one came, but on a hunch I tried the handle and the door opened easily. Inside I found a familiar scene. The rooms were cold and the curtains drawn. There were a few signs of an early morning start for the young teacher who lived there. A blouse was hung up on the kitchen door next to an opened ironing board. A mug sat by the kettle with a tea bag already inside, and the washing machine door was open, with a few damp towels left to dry on a nearby clothes horse. Sal! This time I didn't shout. It was more of a whimper. Something was wrong and I already knew what. I could feel it in the air. Upstairs I found 2 locked doors, not one, and I was reminded that Sal shared a rental with her close friend who'd she talked about a fair bit, and I hoped to God that they both were safe. I tried the nearest door, and for the first time since entering, I felt something like relief. There was no one there, just a rumpled bed and a few photos of Sal and some people who bore a family resemblance to her. Without meaning to, I laughed and I began to seriously entertain the notion that I really had been seeing things back in Jordan's house. Seeing that young man's death had left me seriously on edge. Maybe everything I'd seen had been trauma. For weeks it felt like my mind was frayed at the corners. And while this line of thinking was hardly comforting, it did give me the courage to try the final door. "Oh shit!" I cried, shocked and embarrassed at the sight of a naked young woman standing with her back to me. I immediately pulled the door shut and began to stammer out an apology. "Oh, Jesus, I didn't mean to break in. I'm just a friend of Sal's, and the door was open, and I had this ridiculous idea that something bad had happened to her, and I..." Slowly it dawned on me that there'd been no cry or gasp or shout. I'd never met Sal's friend, but whoever was in that room, their reaction to having their privacy invaded by a total stranger hadn't been to scream or threaten me with the police. It was silence. Well, I realized as I held my breath and listened. Not quite silence. Something was creaking on the other side of the door, like wood under rain. It made me think of tightening rope in badly oiled metal. "Are you okay?" I asked as I opened the door and saw once more that the young woman was standing naked with her back to me. Her dawny black hair was short and messy, but something about her was all too familiar. I figured it could have been Sal, despite the resemblance. She was too different, as if she was Sal reduced. Her waist shrunk down, her shoulders made diminutive. Gone were the faint dimples along her thighs and butt, and the faint blue weeping of her veins by her ankles. Everything I saw now was smooth and blemish-free, so glossy and devoid of character as to betray itself as dead and lifeless, a homogeneous slab of nothing carved to look human. "Sal?" I stammered, and she turned to face me, her head rotating effortlessly without her shoulders or feet having to move.
What an adventure.
She giggled, bending one elbow in the wrong direction to have a hand awkwardly cover her mouth, her eyes enlarged to the size of golf balls, moving independently to look at me. "What happened?" I cried.
Would you like a threesome?
She cried in an almost infantile voice.
My friend and I are ever so keen.
There was maybe half a second between her shrill giggle and her launching herself over the bed and right at me. Even with my hand already on the handle and with my nerves so fraught that my reaction was lightning fast, she reached the door before I had time to slam it. 3 fingers that looked like cheap Halloween decorations poked through, and she wrenched the door back open with such little effort that I was thrown headlong into the room with it.
Come see her.
She screamed, grabbing me by the hair and lifting me. Somehow, even though I'm not a small guy, she lifted me off the floor and walked me into the bathroom, where she showed me what she had trapped in the tub.
She's the shy one,
Sal said, tilting her head to one side in some twisted affection. Jesus. I stopped struggling when I saw what lay in the bath. There was a young woman pinned down beneath what looked like sheets of heavy skin-colored rubber. And silently she writhed beneath a sloshing mixture of featureless flesh and discolored blood that coagulated along the edges. 2 red, swollen eyes pled with me for help, like she wanted to scream but couldn't. With mounting horror, I realized why. She wasn't beneath the sheet of rubber. She was the sheet of rubber, or at least bits of her were. Where it buried itself into her skin, it melted what came beneath in what must have been an agonizing process of slowly flayed flesh. She could not scream because her mouth had been lost to the biological stew that consumed her. And even as I looked, a fake-looking pair of lips rose up from the clay-like substance that engrossed her and smiled.
You are so handsome.
It cooed.
Can I call you master?
Something about that. About the words. It broke me. I no longer tried to unfurl Sal's cold fingers from my hair. Instead, I grabbed her wrist and pulled, deliberately tearing a massive chunk of my scalp free in the process. It hurt like nothing else that I had ever felt before, but it was worth it just to feel my feet touch solid ground. Sal made no effort to grab me.
See you at the party. Oh, I'm so excited for the party.
I nervously combed over my hair for the 13th time, hoping that patch missing from my scalp wouldn't be too noticeable.
Why don't you pop down and see how everyone's doing?
I'd been dreading this for quite some time. I thought that I'd wait for you to finish getting ready, I cried. Hearing how close my voice was to breaking made me wonder how I would possibly make it through the night.
Oh, don't be silly.
Allie laughed as she shuffled about in the bathroom.
Go on. I'm sure Sal's waiting for you. You two have been getting on like a house on fire lately, haven't you?
Gently, I touched my head and winced. I suppose. I straightened out my shirt and opened our bedroom door. The sound of clinking of glasses and braying laughter from the guests downstairs reached me in the hallway, and I stopped, momentarily taken aback by how easily things might seem normal.
Don't keep them waiting.
Allie sounded tense as she slammed the door behind me. I straightened my shirt once more as a nervous gesture before taking the stairs. The first guest that I encountered was Minnie, sitting on the bottom step with a glass of wine beside her. Having a good night? I asked. She rotated her head stiffly and looked at me with lifeless eyes. Burgundy-painted lips curled upwards in a mischievous smile as she winked at me. When she went to raise her dress with rubbery fingers, I turned away and rushed out of her reach. Let me find you another drink, I cried, desperate to make any excuse that I could. In the dining room, I found Jacob and Alex watching their wives caress and kiss each other, their plastic limbs squeaking under the friction. When they noticed me, all four of them turned in silent judgment and stared. None of them spoke. They only smiled, waiting for me to join in. Unsettled by their gaze, I hurried away, stumbling across one bizarre scene after another. All of our friends had come and the party was in full swing. People kissing each other hungrily and fucking openly in the corridors. Plastic toes and fingers explored rubber joints, and frighteningly lifelike bodies leered at me with suggestive thrusts. Not all of the bodies were anatomically correct. It seemed imagination had started to overtake the reality of the human form, and I was left reeling from one room after another as I fought to hold off a full-blown mental breakdown. It was a living nightmare, and without realizing it, I shepherded myself away from one grotesque orgy after another until somehow I stumbled through the garage door and slammed it shut behind me.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
The voice was all too familiar. Nadia was sat on her little fold-out chair, as disgustingly realistic as she had been the very first time that I met her.
I was afraid Allie wouldn't convince you to keep the party going.
No. No, please, no, 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 I sobbed.
Yes, yes, yes,
she said, her monotone words dripping with sarcasm. What the fuck are you? I cried.
I don't know,
she said, and this time she genuinely seemed a little sad.
I clawed my way out from that basement thinking I was free, but I was already dead. I didn't even get to take my body with me.
Gingerly, she touched a finger to her own face, depressing the plastic to make a little dimple.
I had to get a new one. It's not always God who answers prayers, you know? Just ask Allie when you see her. It was her cancer that called to me. I was hardly the answer she wanted.
No. She beat it, I said. Jesus, that was over 15 years ago.
Now you're being deliberately dense. They say remission for a reason, Dale. They don't say cured. It had come back and it was tearing through her one organ at a time, and she could feel it. So could I, for that matter. I decided to offer her one thing I never had. Never. Not once. I offered her a choice, a way out. Not the ideal way, but at least the party could keep on going.
From behind me, the door opened and closed, briefly letting in a flourish of the nightmare that still raged on. The hand that rested on my shoulder was cold and firm. And it was also plastic.
Hi, Allie,
Nadia said.
How do you like it? I feel cold. Well, you better find someone to warm you up.
Nadia replied while winking at me.
The hand on my shoulder tightened. When I risked a backward glance, Allie looked down with eyes that curdled my blood. "Did you really sell yourself to this monster?" I asked.
No.
She said, and for a second, I could see that her eyes were almost overcome with heartbreak. That only made the words that followed 1,000 times more painful.
She sold you, Dale.
Nadia said, rising out of her chair and walking towards me.
I'd like to meet new people, and I'd like these parties to keep on going for as long as they can. Arrangements must be made, Dale, and having you around to bring new faces and keep the old ones happy. Well, it was just about the only thing your wife could offer.
Nadia bent down and stroked my face.
You know, Francis was right about one thing. You are a nice couple.
The house looked normal. It stood on a quiet suburban street with its New England Cape-style neighbors. The hydrangea bushes looked well maintained, as they had a tendency of creeping up on the windows above. From this distance, the flowers looked like blue wrapping paper that had been scrunched up and thrown on the bushes. I noticed that every curtain in the place had been drawn shut. I was visiting the home of a 17-year-old named Lucia Krause. Her mother set up the appointment with me earlier that week. According to her, Lucia was experiencing some form of psychosis. She had met with several other professionals, but none of the treatment had worked. She had turned to me in her time of need, and I happily accepted. I said a quick prayer to St. Michael and rang the doorbell. A thin-faced woman opened the door. Her features were drawn out, and she looked like she had forgotten what a good night's sleep was. She greeted me in a red, fuzzy bathrobe and invited me inside. I stepped over to the threshold and looked around. Dark in here, I admitted. The only light came from the glow of the TV, where Steve Harvey was making fun of some big-bosomed blonde that was showing way too much skin for a family-friendly show. "Too much light makes Lucia's head hurt. Can I get you anything? Coffee?" Mrs. Krause asked, twirling her finger impatiently. No, I'm good, thank you," I replied with a smile. I could tell by the strain in her voice that she was eager to get down to business. And frankly, I was too. I was in a hurry to get home in time to catch my kid's game. "Can you ask her to come downstairs?" "I'm right here," a voice behind me responded. My heart skipped a beat, but I managed to stifle my surprised reaction and calmly turned around. The young girl was sitting at the kitchen table. I could just about make out her face. The rest of Lucia blended into the veil of darkness behind her. You want to turn on the light?" I asked cheerfully, not wanting to give away how weirded out I really was by all this. "No," she replied curtly. "Well," I said patiently, "I need to take notes so that way I can better remember our conversation. And for that, I just need a little bit of light. Is there a lamp that I can bring over, or—" "Light the candles. They should be good enough," she said with the same flat tone. Her face was an expressionless mask that hung severed in the darkness. Fucking teenage angst, I thought to myself. My body language remained positive. Looking back at it, I wish that this case had been as simple as a teen just going through a phase. It should have been only a few months of saying fuck you to the man, and then they'd slowly return to their place in the world with or without help. "Great," I exclaimed, and I lit the candle that had been conveniently placed at the kitchen table and sat across from Lucia. The light from the flame made her look like a jack-o'-lantern. Her mother sat in the living room quietly, but she was listening intently. "So, Lucia," I said with a click of my pen, "let me start by saying, what's going on with this whole living in the dark thing? People weren't born to be nocturnal. Does the light give you migraines? You know I could prescribe you something to fix those. Those can be a real pain in the rear sometimes." At first, she didn't respond. I wrote her name and today's date at the top of the notepad in the meantime. I was old school when it came to taking notes. There were some things about physically writing words that helped them stick in your brain longer. I looked up at her and patiently smiled. The key here was to not force her into talking.
There'd be no tapping of fingers or checking my watch. I would work with her. I would work with what she gave me. Overstepping my boundaries could result in some seriously impeded progress. No, I don't think that those would help, she said softly. Have you tried them? Like Excedrin or maybe something similar? I can give you something stronger to help cope. No, it's fine. Honest, the severed mask said, although with her jaw moving up and down, she now resembled a broken puppet. I decided to try talking to her from a different approach. I started to bullshit with her, and I made small talk and tried to find something that we could mutually discuss. I asked her about school, and she gave me the general teenage response. I asked if she had any friends, and she said a few, but would much rather spend time alone than with people. She called her friends fake. I asked her a few questions that may have suggested avoidant personality disorder, but checked that one off the list when she told me that she was a cheerleader. I then probed her school life through simple questions and scenarios. Do you get all your homework done on time? If a girl spilled her lunch tray on you, would you respond by punching her in the face? Her answers did not reflect any antisocial tendencies. As more personality disorders got eliminated, I started to ask about her hobbies. I asked her about her favorite shows on Netflix, and I piped up when she mentioned Stranger Things, and I was golden. We started discussing the show like old friends. She was opening up to me. Her face was more animated now, and she began talking with her hands, a sign of passion. A good sign, and I quickly reviewed my notes. Given what I had known at the time, I jotted down SPD with a question mark. I began to leave the questions more open-ended. When did you start getting these headaches? I asked. More than a month now, she said. I hear you've tried to get help before, but it didn't work out so hot. Do you mind telling me what happened? They didn't understand. None of you do. Okay, understand what, Lucia? The girl looked nervous now. Her eyes darted back and forth from corner to corner of the room, and I could tell that she was wrestling with something in the thoughts of her mind. Slowly, she leaned forward and whispered, They don't like the light. What may have felt like top-secret information to Lucia was casual business to me. Who doesn't like the light? I asked in a rehearsed voice. The people who talk to me, but no one else can hear them. So the girl had a schizophreniform disorder, which is a developing schizophrenia, if you will. She was experiencing auditory hallucinations, nothing a bit of Halidol and routine checkups couldn't fix. They tried giving me antipsychotics, she said with wet eyes, as if she had read my mind. Her voice was becoming unsteady. But they didn't work. Nothing does. The voices, they only get louder, and things have just been getting worse. Sometimes they talk to me, though, and I black out for a few minutes. Do you think that I could speak with one of them? This sounded more like DID coupled with some dissociative fugue. She was already worked up, and I'd have to calm her down after speaking with one of her voices. It was like a telephone. I'd speak to the voice on the line for a little bit, then politely ask them to reconnect me with Lucia. Lucia was quiet for a moment. Her head slowly started to sink towards the table, as if she was meaning to kiss it. And then suddenly, she jerked upright, shaking her head violently. No. They don't want to talk to you. Please, you must leave. They're so loud, it hurts. I stretched my hands out towards hers and warmly held it. Lucia, you must listen to me. I can help you. You have something that is treatable. I can make the voices go away. Lucia, it's all in your head. It's simply your brain producing too much dopamine and causing your senses to go into overdrive. It makes you experience visual and auditory hallucinations. They aren't real. They're just a biochemical byproduct. I have drugs that can block the receptors that absorb the extra dopamine. And then I can get you something for those migraines and you'll be all set. You'll be fine. You don't need to cry. Please don't cry, because this is very controllable, Lucia. Her forehead was now resting on the table, and I continued to rub my hand over hers. Lucia? Lucia! I shook her, but she did not stir. I stood up with such force that the chair that I had been sitting on almost toppled over. I fumbled for the light switch. "No, leave that on," came Lucia's voice suddenly. Only, did my ears pick up on a sound, a more layered voice within Lucia's? The voice sounded ancient, like it had seen many moons. It also sounded irritated. I froze, my hand on the light switch. I thought about flipping it on and telling Lucia that I was done playing her game, that I'd prescribe her antipsychotics and benzos and tell her to call me once the week was over. Then I'd walk out that door and go home just in time to bring my son to his baseball game. But my hand, it never turned on the light. I remained motionless. Some deep, long, undisturbed curiosity was beginning to arouse within me. Some sort of primal instinct that had been present since the dawn of man and had since been leading men to their downfall. I slowly turned to face Lucia, and she returned my gaze. Her face still remained blank, but there was something in her eyes that even the faded glow of the candle that I couldn't make out. They had turned pitch black. The two obsidian stones seemed to stare right through me. Although we locked eyes for no more than a few microseconds, it felt as though I had transcended hundreds of thousands of years to a time when the forests were still young and strange beasts roamed the earth, back to a time when humans weren't the apex predators. And the silent spell was broken. "Hiya, Doc." Her tone sounded gleeful, almost mocking. My mouth dried up and it felt like cotton. It couldn't be. To whom am I speaking? I tried to straighten my body posture, but I felt as exposed as a deer in the headlights. And suddenly I felt naked. Suddenly, I was afraid. Lucia laughed, and it sounded like a man's chuckle. From the living room, I could hear the sobs of Mrs. Krause. I propped myself against the wall. The air felt electric. I took a deep breath and reminded myself that this was just a little girl and that this could be rationalized. "Who are you?" I demanded a second time with more confidence. "You have no dominion over me, son of Adam," Lucia bellowed, and the candle danced wildly and threatened to extinguish itself. "Well, first of all, my father's name is Luke. Second, am I speaking to Lucia?" "Looks like we have a comedian here. We could use your company in hell. But first, we need to clean up your act." Lucia's face was sneering into a clown grin, her eyes two gaping holes in her head. Hell. I had a sudden, vivid flashback to my days at academia. My school required us to take courses on theology, and I remembered one priest, Father Merrick. He was as wise as he was old. He taught me that no matter how much I thought that I understood, the world would always have layers upon layers of complexity. I recalled one lecture where he told my class something along the lines of, "Remember that there are things unseen in the material world. Maybe one day you'll come across something in your travels, an event that you cannot explain, one that the DSM cannot explain. Trust your instincts. You may deal with the devil in disguise. You have learned your demonology. Do not doubt yourself. Once you are certain that there is a demon infestation, call the church." Now, I am a man of rational thought. I observe a problem and narrow it down until it can be solved. But something seemed wrong about Lucia. Something that made the birds stop singing and the room grow colder. Something that made your stomach sour and your hair stand on edge. If there really was a demon within Lucia, I had to prove it. I did not doubt that such things existed, but I always learned that they grew in power through faith. I was no holy man, and I had to tread carefully here. I might be dealing with an ancient entity. In order to get the church involved, I had to make certain that I was dealing with an infestation of the demonic. There are several ways to do this. The individual can divulge hidden or future knowledge, or speak in foreign tongues, demonstrate inhuman powers, or the entity gives you its true name. What's the matter? Catch you out your tongue? Or have you figured it out by now? The voice chuckled, and when I didn't respond, it continued. You can call me Tommy for now. You know, you're the first person I've spoke to in a long time. The voice fluctuated in tone like a wave, from irritated to amused back to irritated. There was a faint smell of rotting flesh that came and went. Well, Tommy, what can I do for you? The urge to pull out my phone and record the conversation was great, but I did not want to draw my attention away from the girl. I want you to leave, Doc. As far away from this place as you can. I'm afraid that I cannot do that. I am here to help Lucia. She is beyond saving. Trust me in that. I'll kill her if you stay any longer. Lucia drew a finger over her throat in a cutting motion, and I heard no response from Mrs. Krause. Poor woman must have fainted from the shock. No, you are not. You're going to tell me what you want, and together we will come up with a solution. I needed to trick this thing into proving that it was a demon. The church wouldn't waste its time otherwise. I already told you what I wanted, you stupid fuck. Weren't you paying attention? Or have you been sneaking some of those sweet, sweet prescriptions? I remained silent, unfazed by Lucia's outburst. I was used to behavioral problems. I had to do my best to remain calm. I'm not leaving, I stated. And who are you to stop me? Come on, Doc. Don't you have a baseball game to catch? Lucia licked her lips lustfully. That one caught me off guard for a moment. But I may have disclosed that bit of information to the mother earlier. It wasn't enough to prove that Lucia had just displayed clairvoyance. That can wait. With your son, David isn't. Cute kid you have there. Nothing a quick Facebook search couldn't find. I wasn't impressed. I remained as stoic as ever. I know what you want, Doc. I know that you suspect me, but want to prove that I'm something more than just a crazy person's delusions. You want me to be your monkey and to perform magic tricks for you. Then you take the information and bring it to your church. And they'd send over one of those nasty priests with the purple stole to come evict me from my home. But I don't want that. No. The young girl's lips were beginning to froth. Do you know what hell feels like, Doc? The words of your primitive language fail to describe it. I found refuge in Lucia's body. She's helping me stay out of that horrible place. I have no intention of going back. And not you, not anyone in this plane can send me back. I will not go back. Lucia went into a frenzy of giggles. Her hands were clawed and her nails dug into the wooden table. And I merely stood there transfixed. No, Doc. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. Either you leave now when we forget this whole thing happened, or I will make sure that your boy dies a slow, agonizing death. Perhaps a drunk driver will happen to be on the road today, or perhaps I'll make sure that he crosses paths with a dangerous pedophile who specializes in necrophilia. What do you think of that, Doc? I wanted to slap the stupid grin off of the girl's face. I think that I even took a few steps towards her with an open palm. Then I saw something that made the color drain from my face and my knees buckle. I was suddenly aware that I was in great danger and had to flee. I thanked Tommy quickly and I told him to take care. He bombarded me with vulgarities and called me a coward and a fucking quack, but I ignored most of those. I was focused on just getting out of there and as soon as possible. I went into the living room, shook Mrs. Klaus awake, and pulled her outside. With as best of a professional voice as I could muster, I suggested that she call an ambulance to bring her daughter to the hospital. She was to be admitted to a psychiatric ward. I told her that I would send help over there. The woman looked faint and held a hand over her mouth as I explained to her that her daughter was in great danger. And when I finished, her knuckles were soaked with tears, and the orange light above the western horizon was a mist passing into a light shade of lavender. I left that quiet suburban street in a hurry, and on the way home, I called the local church, where I had several connections. My word would be enough to send over a priest to check on Lucia, and they would deal with the problem. I told them what I saw when I approached Lucia at the end of our interview. As I neared the girl, I noticed something standing behind her. A sliver of light from the closest drawn window must have hit it just right, because what I saw would fuel my nightmares for the next couple of weeks. It was a figure, but it looked wicked and inhuman. Its eyes were sunken and had gross hair all over its body. It was black all over, like it had been charred by fire. It had long nails attached to a contorted hand that rested on Lucia's shoulder. The thing had 2 thick horns growing from its scalp. It saw me and revealed a row of crooked teeth. I looked down at Lucia, who now wore a face of terror. She had mouthed the word help to me, and I immediately took my leave after that. I was no holy man, and Lucia's fate had been passed from my hands. But I did pray for her safety, as well as my own.
Professing themselves to be wise, they become fools, who change the truth of God into a lie. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the women, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly. St. Paul, Romans 1. He slipped into a corner booth away from the dancing men, where it was quietest, where the odors of musk and frangipani hung less heavenly in the air. A slender lamp glowed softly in the booth. He turned it down to where only the club's blue overheads filtered through the beaded curtain, diffusing, blurring the image thrown back by the mirrored walls of his light, thin-boned handsomeness. Yes, sir." The bar boy stood through the beads and stood smiling, clad in golden sequin trunks. His greased muscles seemed to roll in independent motion, like fat snakes beneath his naked skin. "Whiskey," Jesse said. He caught the nonchalant grin, the broad white tooth crescent that formed on the young man's face, tried to control the flow of blood to his cheeks. "Yes, sir," running his thick tanned fingers over his solar plexus, tapping the fingers, making them hop in a sinuous dance. He hesitated, still smiling, this time questioningly, hopefully, a smile drenched in admiration and desire. The finger dance, the accepted symbol, stopped. The pudgy brown digits curled into angry fists. "Right away, sir." Jesse watched him turn. Before the beads had tinkled together, he watched the handsome athlete make his way imperiously through the crowds, shaking off the tentative hands of single men at the tables, ignoring the many desired symbols directed towards him. That shouldn't have happened. Now the fellow's feelings were hurt. If hurt enough, he would start thinking, wondering, and that would ruin everything.
No. It must be put right. Jesse thought of Mina, of the beautiful Mina. It was such a rotten chance. It had to go right.
"Your whiskey, sir?"
the young man said. His face looked like a dog's face, large and sad. His lips were a pouting blot of line. Jesse reached into his pocket for some change. He started to say something nice.
"It's paid for, sir,"
the bar boy said. He scowled and laid a card on the table and left. The card carried the name E.J. Hobart, embossed in lavender ink. Jesse heard the curtains tinkle.
Hello. I hope you don't mind me barging in like this, but you didn't seem to be with anyone.
The man was small, chubby and bald. His face had a dirty growth of beard and it looked out of tiny eyes encased in bulging contacts. He was bare to the waist. His white hairless chest dropped and turned into folds at the stomach. Softly, more subtly than the bar boy had done, he put his porky stubs of fingers into a suggestive rhythm. And Jesse smiled. "Thanks for the drink," he said. "But I really am expecting someone."
Oh,
the man said.
Someone special?
"Yeah, pretty special," Jesse said smoothly. Now that the words had become automatic. "He's my fiancé."
I see.
The man frowned momentarily and then brightened.
Well, I thought to myself, I said, EJ, a beauty like that couldn't have very well be unattached. But well, it would certainly be worth a try. I'm sorry.
"It's perfectly all right," Jesse said. The predatory little eyes were rolling, the fingers dancing in one last-ditch attempt. "Good evening, Mr. Herbert." Bluey veins showed under the whiteness of the man's nearly feminine mame. Jesse felt slightly amused this time. It was the other kind. The intent ones. The humorless ones like the bar boy. That repulsed him, turned him ill. Made him want to take a knife and carve unspeakable ugliness into his own smooth, aesthetic face. The man turned and waddled away crabwise. The club was becoming more crowded. It was getting later, and heads full of liquor shook away the inhibitions of the earlier hours. Jesse tried not to watch, but he had long given up trying to rid himself of his fascination. So he watched the men together. The pair over in the far corner pressing close together, dancing with their bodies, never moving their feet, swaying in some slow, lissome movements to the music. Their tongues twisting in the air, jerking like pink snakes, contracting to 2 points and curling invitingly, barely making touch, then snapping back. The tongue dance. The couple seated by the bar, one a beast, the other a hunter. The beast old, his cheeks caked hard and cracked with powder and lineaments, the perfume rising from his body like steam. The hunter, young but handsome, the fury evident in his eyes, the hurt anger at having to make do with the beast from time to time. He would look around, wetting his lips in shame. And those two just coming in, dressed in mother's uniforms, tanned, mustached, proud of their station. Jesse held the beads apart. Mina must come soon. He wanted to run from this place, out into the air and into the darkness and silence. No. He just wanted Mina, to see her, to touch her, listen to the music of her voice. Two women came in, arm in arm, beast and hunter, and drunk. They were stopped at the door, angrily, shrilly, and told to leave. The manager swept by Jesse's booth, muttered about them, asking why they should want to come dirtying up the phallus with their presence when they had their own section, their own clubs. Jesse pulled his head back inside. He'd gotten used to the light by now, so he closed his eyes against his multiplied image. The distorted sounds of love got louder, the sing-song syrup of voices, deep,
throaty baritone falsetto. It was crowded now. The orgies would begin before long, and the couples would pair off for the cubicles. He hated the place, but close to orgy time and you didn't get noticed here. And where else would you go? Outside, where every inch of pavement was patrolled electronically. Every word, a conversation, every movement recorded, cataloged, and filed. Damn Knutson. Damn that little man. Thanks to him, to the senator, Jesse was now a criminal. Before, it wasn't so bad, not this bad, anyway. You were laughed at and shunned and fired from your job. Sometimes kiddos lobbed stones at you, but at least you weren't hunted. Now, it was a crime, a sickness. He remembered when Knutson had taken over. It had been one of the little man's first telecasts. In fact, it was the platform that got him the majority vote.
Vice is on the upswing in our city. In the dark corners of every unit, preservations blossom like an evil flower. Our children are exposed to its stink. And they wonder, our children wonder, why nothing is done to put a halt to this disgrace. We have ignored it long enough. The time has come for action, not mere words. The perverts who infest our lands must be fleshed out, eliminated completely, as a threat not only to public morals, but to society at large. These sick people must be cured and made normal. The disease that throws men and women together in this dreadful abnormal relationship that leads to acts of retrogression. Retrogression that will, unless it is stopped and stopped fast, push us inevitably back to the status of animals. This is to be considered as any other disease. It must be conquered as heart trouble, cancer, polio, schizophrenia, paranoia. All other diseases have been conquered.
The women's senator had taken Knutson's lead and issued a similar pronunciamento, and then the bill became law, and the law was carried out. Jesse sipped at the whiskey, remembering the hunts, how the frenzied mobs had gone through the city at first, chanting, yelling, bearing place cards with slogans, "Wipe out the heteros, kill the queers, make our city clean again," and how they'd lost interest finally after the passion had worn down and the novelty had ended. But they had killed many, and they had sent many more to the hospitals. He remembered the nights of running and hiding, choking dry breath glued to his throat, heart rattling and loose. He had been lucky. He didn't look like a hetero. Instead, you could tell one just by watching him walk. Jesse walked correctly. He fooled them. He was lucky. And he was a criminal. He, Jesse Four Martin, no different from the rest. Too born and machine-nursed, raised in the charter schools like everyone else, was terribly different from the rest. It had happened. His awful suspicions had crystallized. On his first formal date, the man had been a rocketeer, the best high quality, even out of the hunter class. Mother had arranged it carefully. There was the dance, and then the ride into the space sled. The big man had put his arm around Jesse and Jess knew. He knew for certain, and it made him very angry and very sad. He remembered the days that came after the knowledge. Bad days. Days fallen upon evil. Black desires and deep cord frustrations. He tried to find a friend at the crooked clubs that flourished then, but it was no use. There was a sensationalism, a bravura to these people that he could not love. The sight of men and women together, too, shocked the parts of him he could not change and repulsed him. Then the vice squads had come and closed up the clubs, and the heteros were forced underground, and he never sought them out again or saw them.
he was alone. The beads tinkled. Jess? He looked up quickly, afraid. It was Mina. She wore a loose man's shirt, an old hat that hid her golden hair. Her face was shadowed by the turned-up collar. Through the shirt, the rise and fall of her breasts could be faintly detected. She smiled once, nervously. Jesse looked out the curtain, and without speaking, he put his hands about her soft, thin shoulders and held her like this for a minute. Mina. She looked away. He pulled her chin forward and ran a finger along her lips. Then he pressed his body to hers, tightly touching her neck, her back, kissing her forehead, her eyes, and kissing her mouth. And they sat down. I sought for words, and the curtain parted. Beer, Jesse said, winking at the bar boy, who tried to come closer to see the one loved by this thin, handsome man. Yes, sir. The bar boy looked at Mina very hard, but she had turned and he could see only the back. Jesse held his breath. The bar boy smiled contemptuously then. A smile that said, You're insane. I was hired for my beauty. See my chest to look, a pectoral vision, my arms strong, my lips come. Were there ever such sensuous ones? And you turned me down for this bag of bones? Jesse winked again, shrugged suggestively and danced his fingers. Tomorrow, my friend. I'm stuck tonight. Can't help it. Tomorrow. The bar boy grinned and left. In a few moments, he returned with the beer. On the house, he said. For Mina's benefit, she turned only when Jesse said softly, It's all right. He's gone. Jesse looked at her. Then he reached over and took off the hat. Blonde hair rushed out and over the rough shirt. She grabbed for the hat. We mustn't, she said. Please, what if someone should come in? No one will come in. I told you that. But what if... I don't know. I don't like it here. The man at the door, he almost recognized me, but he didn't. Almost, though. And then what? Forget it, Mina. For God's sake, let's not quarrel. She calmed. I'm sorry, Jesse. It's only that this place makes me feel... What? Dirty, she said defiantly. You don't believe that, do you? No, I don't. I just want to be alone. With you. Jesse took out a cigarette and started to use the lighter. Then he cursed and threw the vulgarly shaped object under the table and crushed the cigarette. You know that's impossible, he said. The idea of separate units for homes had disappeared, to be replaced by giant dormitories. There were no more parks, no country lanes. There was no place to hide at all, thanks to Senator Knudsen, to the little bald crest of this new sociological wave. This is all we have, Jesse said, throwing a sardonic look around the booth, with its carved symbols and framed pictures of entertainment stars, all naked and leering. They were silent for a time, hands interlocked on the tabletop. Then the girl began to cry. I can't go on like this, she said. I know it's hard, but what else can we do? Jesse tried to keep the hopelessness out of his voice. Maybe, the girl said, we ought to go underground like the rest. And hide there? Like rats? Jesse said. We're hiding here, Mina said. Like rats. Besides, Parker's getting ready to crack down. And I know Mina. I work at Central Dome after all. In a little while there won't be any underground. I love you, the girl said, leaning forward, parting her lips for a kiss. Jesse, I do. She closed her eyes. Oh, why won't they leave us alone? Why? Just because we're Mina. I
told you. They'll never use that word. It isn't true. We're not the queers. You've got to believe that. Years ago, it was normal for men and women to love each other. They married and had children together. That's the way it was. Don't you remember anything of what I've told you?
The girl sobbed. Of course I do, but darling, that was a long time ago.
Not so long ago. Where I work, listen to me. They have books. You know, I told you about books. I've read them, Mina. I learned what the words meant from other books. It's only been since the use of artificial insemination, not even 500 years ago.
Yes, dear, the girl said. I'm sure, dear.
Mina, stop that. We are not the unnatural ones, no matter what they say. I don't know exactly how it happened. Maybe as women gradually became equal to men in every way, or maybe solely because of the way that we're born, I don't know. But the point is, darling, the whole world was like us once. Even now, look at the animals.
Jesse, don't you dare talk as if we're those horrid dogs and cats and things. Jesse sighed. He tried so often to tell her, to show her, but he knew exactly what she thought. That she felt that she was exactly what the authorities told her that she was. God, maybe that's how all of them thought. All the crooked people. All the abnormal ones. The girl's hands caressed his arms, and touch became suddenly repugnant to him. Unnatural. Terribly unnatural. Jesse shook his head.
Forget it, he thought. Never mind. She's a woman and you love her, and there's nothing wrong in that. Or am I insane? Person of old days who was insane because he was so sure he wasn't insane because... Well, disgusting!
It was the fat little man. The smiling masher. EJ2 Hobart. But he wasn't smiling now. Jesse got up and quickly stepped in front of Mina.
What do you want? I thought I told you.
The man pulled the metal disc from his trunks.
Vice squad friend, he said.
Better sit down.
The disc was pointed at Jesse's belly. The man's arm was out of the curtain and two men came in, holding discs.
I've been watching you quite a while, mister, the man said.
Quite a while.
Look, Jesse said, I don't know what you're talking about. I work at Central Dome, and I'm seeing Miss Smith here on some business.
Yes? We know all about that kind of business, the man said. All right. I'll tell you the truth. I forced her to come here. Mister, didn't you hear me? I've said I've been watching you all evening. Let's go.
One man took Mina's arm roughly, and the other two began to propel Jesse out through the club. Heads turned, tangled bodies moved embarrassingly.
All right,
the little fat man said, his white skin glistening with perspiration.
It's all right, folks. Go on back to whatever it is you were doing.
He grinned and tightened his grasp on Jesse's arm. Mina didn't struggle. There was something in her eyes. It took Jesse a long time to recognize it. Then he knew. He knew what she had come to tell him tonight. That even if they didn't or hadn't been caught, she would have submitted to the cure voluntarily. No more worries then. No more guilt. No more meeting at midnight dives, feeling shame and feeling dirt. Mina didn't meet Jesse's look as they took her out into the street.
You'll be okay,
the fat man was saying. He opened the wagon's doors.
They've got it down pat now. Couple days in the ward and one short session with the doctors and take out a few glands and make a few injections. Attach a few wires in your head and turn on a machine and presto, you'll be surprised.
The fat officer leaned close, his sausage fingers dancing wildly near Jesse's face.
Why, it'll make a new man out of you,
he said. Then they closed the doors and locked them. As I walked into his office, the first thing that I noticed was how tidy everything was. Psychology books neatly placed on the bookshelf, his couch pillows perfectly coiffed and placed in the exact correct spots, his circular area rug vacuumed to perfection. His desk was no different. And I've been to many psychologist offices where their desks were sorely unorganized with patient notes strewn everywhere. But not his. His desk was perfectly tidy, all his notes placed perfectly in the patient filing cabinet. In the corner of his desk sat a Scrabble letter holder, with his last name spelled out in Scrabble pieces. Falusi. Now, as I said, this was not my first time in a psychologist's office. I've been many times before, and all for the same reasons. Deep personal trauma throughout childhood causes a litany of issues, all of which were not handled properly by my previous providers, but for some reason, I thought things would be different with Dr. Falusi. His reputation surely preceded him, and he had dealt with many cases like mine in the past. All of them were success stories, while his methods were, how do you describe them? Unconventional, to say the least. They seemed to get the job done.
Please, take a seat,
Falusi said as he gestured towards the couch that he had set up for patients.
What has brought you into my office today?
Well, I said, taking a pause to think about where I should begin. I've been, in the past, diagnosed with severe PTSD, as well as anxiety and BPD. I'd been seeing other providers, but after getting nowhere in my treatment, I decided I needed a change. You had come highly recommended, so I scheduled an appointment, and here I am.
I see,
he replied while looking at me with an intrigued look in his eye and biting the end of his pen.
What impact have these conditions had on your life?
Well, I started while adjusting myself uncomfortably on the couch. No amount of beauty and tidiness can make up for uncomfy furniture. I've had a hard time trusting people. I can't really form meaningful relationships, and I'm always on guard for danger. I also have trouble sleeping and concentrating, and I just feel so angry all the time. He sat back in his chair and put his hands together, kind of making a triangle with his fingers forming the peak. And then he replied,
Trust is one of the main necessities for a healthy relationship. Let me ask you, did you trust your previous doctors?
I didn't say anything, just looked at the floor and shook my head no.
Well then,
he continued,
I can see why you decided to switch providers. But I have yet to ask, do you trust me?
He said, as if it wasn't a question, but an assertion, almost as if to say that I had to trust him. Not yet, I said with a quiver in my voice. But I want to. He looked at me silently for a few seconds, looking as if he was trying to find the perfect words to say before he spoke. After what felt like an eternity, but in reality was no more than 5 seconds, he finally said,
Well, unfortunately, without trust, we cannot continue.
I tried to interrupt him in protest, but he just raised his hand as if to silence me.
But if you are willing to do some homework that I give you, and if trust can be built, then I would love to have you as my patient.
I needed this. Dr. Falusi was my last hope, and I would do anything to be able to see him. So I replied emphatically, Yes, I will do anything that you ask me to. I just want to get better.
Excellent. Take this then.
he said while handing me a notebook.
I want you to keep a journal every day. And I want you not only to write about the things that happen, but I also want you to write your thoughts, your emotions, and everything. I want to know how you feel, your deepest, darkest self.
I took the notebook and nodded, nervous yet excited to take the first step towards self-improvement. The first step towards finding myself, learning who I am, and becoming normal again. I grabbed the notebook, shoved it in my backpack, and walked out of the office. This was the first step towards freedom. Journal entry day 1. I woke up this morning feeling hopeful. Today's the day that I met Dr. Falusi for the first time, and I truly believe that he was able to help me. Or maybe he'll be able to help me. I just don't fully trust him yet. There's just something about him that makes me pull away just ever so slightly, but hey, if I'm being honest, I feel that way with everyone. I'm sure he's an excellent psychologist. He just, he came very highly recommended to me. I'm starting this journal at his request. I'll be writing down my thoughts and my feelings and really just anything that comes to mind. I hope that I will get better soon with his help. I hope that I will learn to feel things again other than this stagnant feeling of hatred and rage that stays with me constantly. I want to learn to trust. I want to learn to love, and I want to learn what it means to be normal again. I will also say that the visit with Dr. Falusi did make me think a bit about my past. I realized that what happened to me isn't my fault. I know that my parents were both hooked on drugs and couldn't stop themselves, but I can't stop hearing the fighting. I can't stop hearing the arguing. I can't get the image of my dad slamming my arms in the door as she struggled to get her purse from the table just inside. I can't stop hearing my brother and sister cry as they left with her. And I can't stop feeling the fear that I felt when I realized that I had to stay with him. How can I get past these memories? I woke up this morning feeling slightly dazed. What happened last night? I don't remember waking up at all, and my meds are the same ones that I've been taking for months. Dr. Falusi is a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, so he didn't prescribe me anything. Nothing has changed in my routine, yet I feel slightly off. Oh well. Time to get on with my day. I put the journal down. Too many thoughts were filling my head to continue writing. I hadn't had a breakdown like last night in a long time. Is it because I switched psychologists? It has to be. The questions that Dr. Falusi asked me started playing back in my mind, and I'm not sure that I can handle these memories repeating like a movie inside my brain. I need help. I need these thoughts to end. It's time that I get my life back on track. I need to find who I am and just be me. I put my headphones in and I go for my morning jog. I need to clear my head. I need to clear my head. While on my jog, a car pulls up beside me and slows down to my pace. Concerned and curious, I look overhead, and the car's driver's side window rolls down, and Dr. Falusi is the driver.
Ah, yes. Hello. I was hoping that I would catch you here. I know this is a bit unorthodox, but I need you to come with me.
Falusi asked me through the window. Why? My next appointment is until next week, I replied.
Remember how I said that trust was the most important thing of your treatment plan? Well, this is how it is gained. I need you to trust me,
he said with a menacing tone. Apprehensively, I walked over to his car and got into the passenger seat. His car wasn't quite as tidy as his office was the day prior. Now, it wasn't messy by any means, but it could definitely use a good detail job. I smelled the faint smell of cigarettes while sitting in there. No matter. Everyone has their vices. I don't hold a simple nicotine addiction against anyone. I still firmly believe that Falusi was going to help me.
You made the right choice,
Falusi said as he started to drive. Where are we going? I asked.
Exposure therapy,
was all he said. And the drive lasted roughly 2 hours. I had no idea where we were. I didn't recognize anything. We were definitely outside the city limits, but that's all I knew. Felucci finally pulled up to an old brick building, and he told me to get out and go inside. I undid my seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out, and walked towards the entrance to this small, old, abandoned-looking brick building. And Felucci followed behind me. And when I walked into the building, I see that there isn't much inside. A small light hangs over the top of 2 metal folding chairs. The floors are solid concrete with what seemed to be an inch thick of dust covering them. To be honest, that was only a guess because the light was barely bright enough to illuminate the chairs themselves. What you see before you are 2 chairs. One chair is completely normal, and the other is connected to a car battery. If you sit on the chair connected to the battery, then you will be electrocuted, and you will die, Felucci said with an evil grin on his face. Now please, take a seat. Choose your destiny. You sit in one chair, and I will sit in the other. We sit at the same time. One of us lives, and one of us dies. I looked at him with shock on my face. What? I said to him with fear, anger, and disgust all in my voice. I came to you for therapy, not to be part of some sick game. What is wrong with you? I'm not going to sit down in either of these chairs. I started walking back towards the door, and before I got to it, I heard a gunshot. I immediately dropped to the floor out of some sort of instinct. I had never been so scared in my life. Now look here, Felucci started with the most arrogant tone that I've ever heard in my life. The way that I see it is this. You can either sit down and play my game, or you can continue walking towards the door and be shot. One way you have a chance for survival, and the other way is certain death. Which do you choose? Hesitantly, I stand back up, and with my hands raised in the air. I walk towards one of the chairs and I look at it for a second, trying to get an idea if it was connected to the battery. Unfortunately, the light above wasn't bright enough for me to see anything. I then looked to Felucci to see if I could catch a tell on his face, but I saw nothing. He was stone-faced, like a professional poker player sitting at a Vegas casino. I couldn't tell if he was holding pocket aces or if he was drawing dead. Unfortunately, I didn't have any other choice. I focused really hard on the 2 chairs to see if there was an obvious difference, but they both looked exactly the same. I guess this is really playing a game of chance. I chose a chair, then I stood in front of it, turned and looked to Dr. Felucci, but he was already at the other chair. He looked at me with cold eyes and nodded, and I took the cue to sit down at the same time as him. I braced myself for the life-ending shock, but when I sat down, nothing happened. And I looked to the other chair, expecting to see Felucci convulsing and foaming at the mouth due to the immense amount of electricity flowing through his body, but nothing. He sat there perfectly fine. And I was confused. I sat there silent, trying to process what the hell was going on. And before I could finally come to terms with what had just happened, Felucci finally spoke. You made a choice. One that was hard to make. One that was blind. And one that could have ended your life. However, this was not the only choice that you could have made. There was a third option. To try and walk out the door. But that would have ended with me shooting you, wouldn't it? Neither of these chairs is connected to electricity, and here, take the gun, examine it. I took the gun from his hand. I was a bit of a gun nut back in my teen years, so I knew that this was a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield .40 caliber pistol. I pressed the release button on the side to discover an empty magazine. Nothing. I pulled the slide back to see inside the chamber, and it was also empty. There wasn't any ammo in the gun at all, nor before the gunshot. All that I could see was carbon dust left over from a previous shot. That gunshot that I heard earlier must have been the last bullet in the gun when he shot it. Dr. Felucci, I don't understand, I said, confused after thoroughly examining the weapon. You see, Felucci continued as I looked back at him with astonishment, Sometimes we have to make decisions in our life with either incomplete or sometimes even incorrect information. Sometimes those can be the scariest choices one can make in life. But trust me when I say this. Those decisions lead to the most memorable conclusions. I promise you, once you leave this room, you will never forget this lesson. I sat there in disbelief, trying to process what had happened. Dr. Falusi had deceived me, manipulated me into a life or death situation for his sick amusement. The realization hit me like a tidal wave, shattering any trust or hope that I had placed in him. Fear and anger coursed through my veins. I couldn't believe that someone who was supposed to help me heal me could possibly be so sadistic and cruel. My mind raced with thoughts of escape, of exposing Falusi for the monster that he truly was. But I knew that I had to be careful. He had already shown me the lengths that he would go. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of rage and fear. "You're sick. You're supposed to be a psychologist, a healer. How could you possibly do this to me?" And Falusi chuckled, a cold, calculated sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Ah, my dear patient, you must understand. This was merely a test, an exercise in trust. I wanted to see how far you would be willing to go for your healing. You see, trust is the foundation of our therapeutic relationship." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I felt a chill run down my spine. The realization hit me that I was trapped in this nightmare at the mercy of a deranged psychologist who took pleasure in inflicting pain. But I couldn't let him break me. I had to find a way to escape his clutches. And with a trembling voice, I mustered up the courage to speak. "You won't get away with this. I'll find a way out, and I will make sure that the world knows what you have done." Falusi's laughter filled the room and echoed off the walls. "Oh, my dear patient, it is you that underestimates me. You see, I've perfected the art of manipulation. By the time that you escape, no one will believe your words. They'll think that you're just another delusional patient, lost in your own trauma." His words struck me like a blow, fueling a determination within me. I couldn't let him win. I had to find a way to expose him, and to bring his sadistic practices to light, but for now, I was stuck in this sick torture house. As the days turned into weeks, I played along with Falusi's twisted therapy sessions, playing his games, trying my best to earn his trust. After all, trust is the most important part of any therapeutic relationship, right? I endured his psychological games, enduring the pain and humiliation, all the while secretly plotting my escape. I started to observe his patterns, noting the moments when he let his guard down or when he seemed distracted. I knew this was my chance. I began discreetly gathering any evidence that I could find, documents, recordings, anything that would expose Falusi's true nature. But I also knew that I had to bide my time, to wait for the right moment to make my move. It was a dangerous game, as Falusi's watchful eyes never left me. I couldn't afford to make any mistakes. I lived in constant fear. My every action calculated and measured, but deep within me a fire burned, a determination that refused to be extinguished. I was not going to be another victim. I was going to fight back, to reclaim my life from this twisted man. Then the day came for when Dr. Falusi called his ultimate test. Apparently, all of the abuse and torment and humiliation led me to this point. He led me into the dark room, very similar to the one from the first test. But this time there was only one chair and no light, and I could barely make out the outline of a person sitting in the chair, though. "Now it is time for your final test," Dr. Falusi said, but his voice was different than normal. He always spoke so calmly and calculated, but this time his tone was pure evil. And he turned on the light, and to my horror, my father was the figure sitting in the chair. And And I stared at my father, bound to the chair, my mind reeling with conflicting emotions. The sight of him triggered memories of a painful past, one filled with abuse and torment. What did Felucy want me to do? Why was my father here? The questions rolled inside my head, one after the other, and it must have shown on my face because Felucy finally spoke.
I believe you two know each other. Doesn't it feel good to see the man who abused you and caused you so much pain, so helpless and at your mercy? As long as we are bound to our past, we can never grow. We must move beyond the pain that we endure and continue to a brighter future. Now, your final task is to kill your father. By killing him, you will be killing your past. And once your past is dead, you can move on a free and happy person.
I sat there in disbelief, my heart pounding in my chest as Felucy's sinister plan unfolded before my eyes. The room grew suffocatingly quiet, the weight of Felucy's sadistic expectations pressing down on me. And fear gripped me, intertwining with the memories of my father's abuse. I couldn't let myself become a pawn in Felucy's game, but escape seemed impossible, and revenge sounded so sweet. No, I said in a calm voice that bellied the storm raging within me. I won't do it. I played along with your torture fantasy for long enough. I will not kill him. I won't do your bidding. I won't be a pawn in your twisted game. You may have brought us face to face, but I refuse to continue the cycle of abuse. Felucy's eyes narrowed, a frown creeping across his face.
Disappointing,
he said in a tone that almost sounded hurt.
I thought that we trusted each other. Maybe you're not ready for the final test. I should have known that you didn't want to be free. But unfortunately, for you anyway, our time has come to an end.
With those words, he lunged at me, his hands reaching for my throat. Panic surged through my veins as I fought against a powerful grip, but his strength far surpassed mine. The room spun, my vision blurred as Felucy's fingers tightened around my neck. As darkness consumed me, I felt a sickening sense of defeat. And when I regained consciousness, I found myself bound to a chair. The room dimly lit and filled with an eerie silence. Felucy stood before me, his expression triumphant. He had won. The torment in his eyes was unmistakable, relishing in his sadistic victory.
Now, my dear patient, you will witness the consequences of your defiance,
Felucy sneered, his voice dripping with malice.
I will make you understand the price of crossing me.
And with a chilling calmness, Felucy approached my father, who stood bound and helpless. The realization of what was about to happen struck me with a renewed wave of horror. Felucy had orchestrated this twisted scenario to not only harm my father, but also to break my spirit. He raised a weapon, aiming it at my father with a cold, detached expression. I struggled against my restraints, desperate to save him, but it was futile. Felucy pulled the trigger, and the deafening sound of the gunshot reverberated through the room. Time seemed to freeze as my father's lifeless body slumped to the ground, the weight of grief and guilt crashing down upon me, threatening to consume my shattered soul. Felucy's laughter filled the room, a haunting melody that echoed in my ears, mocking my pain.
You see what happens when you defy me. Your father paid the ultimate price for your disobedience,
Felucy taunted, relishing in his sadistic triumph. Tears streamed down my face as I sank deeper into my despair. The darkness within me grew, intertwining with the memories of my father's abuse, suffocating any glimmer of hope that remained. And Felucy had succeeded in breaking me, and extinguishing the flame of resilience that once burned within. I thought that you said that there was always another choice, I cried.
Oh, there is.
said Felucy with a hint of laughter in his voice. Your gun was empty, but unfortunately you decided to not trust me, and I couldn't leave your father to think that I was the villain. Loose ends must always be tied. Then what am I? I said with an anger and fear that I had never felt before. Am I just another loose end? Are you going to kill me now, too? Oh no, Felucy scoffed. If I kill you, then who is to blame for your father's death? I was speechless, and I didn't know what to say. He had played me yet again, and I fell into his trap. And a few silent moments later, the room filled with colors of red and blue. Cops storming into the abandoned warehouse where Felucy held me prisoner. Over here, officers, Felucy yelled. I have subdued him until your arrival. He had tried to attack me, but I was able to keep things in order. The cops came into the room, untied my binds, and put me in handcuffs, and then carted me away. And as I was dragged away from the hell, Felucy tossed his Scrabble piece-made template into the air, and the pieces fell one by one. Lucifer. In the aftermath, Felucy covered his tracks, carefully orchestrating a narrative that painted me as the deranged culprit. The world saw me as a delusional individual driven to commit an unspeakable act, unable to distinguish reality from delusion. Confined to a prison of my own mind, I became a hollow shell, haunted by the memories of Felucy's sadistic game and the loss of my father. But the truth remained buried beneath the layers of deception, and justice eluded us both. Felucy continued his reign of manipulation, unimpeded by the consequences of his actions. He thrived in the shadows, preying upon vulnerable souls, leaving a trail of shattered lives in his wake. The world remains blind to his true nature, blind to the depths of his depravity. I have become a forgotten casualty, a broken victim of Felucy's twisted desire. The weight of guilt and grief consumed me, eroding any remnants of the person that I once was. My voice was silenced, my cries for justice drowned in a sea of indifference. And that is where I am now, hopeless and destitute. My credibility is gone and my reputation ruined, and I do not see this changing. That's why I'm writing this story. It's too late for me, but it may not be for you. Please, if you were ever recommended a psychologist named Dr. Felucy, don't go. Because in reality, he is Lucifer in disguise. So goodbye. Felucy won. He broke me, and now I'm going to spend eternity with him. Because I don't see any other way out other than to, as Felucy put it, unbind myself from my past and kill the person who truly caused my pain. Me.